I love it when OBS updates and then like breaks the connection to the Stream Deck, and then I restart Stream Deck and it still doesn't work, and I'm like, great, this is super fun. Try to boot it up once more, because this is going to be very difficult to control without little buttons to push. Also, my source record function stopped working because of the update, which doesn't really bother me that much because I'm not recording battle reports right now. That was the whole point of getting it. Okay. If this isn't going to work, that's fine. We'll do it by hand. Question is how? Where do we want to start? Maybe we start with the team rules. We can pull up all the rules from all the teams showing up that we know of. There's supposedly going to be one team maybe that got cycled out. I don't know if someone took its place that has the exact same team. Nemesis Claw, Vespid. Where are the Vespid? I should probably also pull up the actual streams, because I don't know if OBS is going to work for combo stream right now. Hyrotech. Which the guy misspelled. Blooded and Legionary. A lot of elites. None of which are the new elites. Also, I didn't get the Gundam trading card game box set. I'm actually very sad about it. Hiya! We back at it. So yeah, I'm taking Mandrakes to a tournament, which feels kind of stupid to do. But hopefully it, let me actually check something here. Okay, good. But I think it might be okay. Right? It might be okay. They didn't give us a full 10-man, right? Like, they didn't up us to a 10-man from the patch notes. Still a 9-man, which means there's one extra warrior that comes in the box. Which is good. We can just go over this stuff, I guess, first. Because as I noted in our little community Discord, a lot of elites. We're going to be going against 2 Plague Marines, 1 Nemesis Claw, 1 Legionary. Those are going to be like the elite elites. Elite saves, Hyrotech Circle. So that could be pretty brutal as well. Those are some pretty good weapons, although their entire reliance is normally on AP. And AP doesn't bother me at all. I don't care about AP. Thanks to this. Ignore piercing, baby. Classic Xeno elf rule. But also, if I'm within shadow, I get an improved save of 1, which I need to remember. Because my save is normally a 5 up. So having a 50-50 invulnerable save of 4+ is going to be really useful. Especially because I looked over this a little bit more. I needed to get back into the whole like kill team overview of how things are. Actually, let me... There we go. Looking into the kill team overview of how everything is. This is actually a fairly durable team. In particular, we have the ability to sort of guarantee, as long as we're in cover, 2 cover saves, which is pretty brutally awesome, this one. When it's a go phase, and if I think I can sit and cover a lot, this is huge. Whenever an operative is shooting a friendly Mandrake, that's within shadow. So I just have to be close. Like, look, I mean, there's a lot. This is a very elaborate, ridiculous team. To be considered within shadow is here. No, not here, actually. Where? Here. All you need is one of these. You don't need more than one. You just need the one. And let me pull up the map that we're going to be playing on. I'm going to need to open this over here. Behold. So this is apparently he looked online and found a tournament map. I don't know if this is right. I'm assuming deployment zones are behind the houses here. No mans are here. And then of course you have your 3 zones, your 3 objectives. Mid. This is, I guess, the expansion that's most likely for them, and, you know, vice versa, because it's a bit of a run this way versus this way. I have issues here, and you probably can think of it in terms of, like, the Mandrakes themselves, why these issues might exist. Where the hell is the rest of the terrain? If you look at a Vulcus board, Vulcus is like a house, some rubble, some extra rubble, some extra rubble. There's terrain everywhere in a Vulcus map. This is 4 pieces of terrain. Those 4 pieces are based off of this thing. Windows closed is what I believe he's saying. So windows are closed, but that door can be opened. So there's a door that they claim is Vulcus. I don't know why he says it's openable. It's accessible terrain. So I'm a little worried that this is going to get weird, where he's like, no, you got to put a token next to it saying it's open so people can shoot through it. And it's like, if you're saying it's like Vulcus, it's accessible. You just pass through for -1 inch. And then it blocks vision. If you're on the other side, that's perfectly fine. But yeah, so those windows are closed, but that door can be opened, which means no windows are peekable. I don't understand why they're doing that, why they're sort of like employing the 40K rule of windows closed, even though 40K is first floor windows closed, second floor is fine. But if you'll notice, there's a lot of coverage here, right? They've even implied that this is all, you know, vantage point. Like, this is vantage. If I'm under vantage, I'm in shadow. So I just have to stand under vantage. I don't actually have to be right next to heavy terrain. I don't have to be within 1 inch. Which also means I can teleport anywhere under vantage, so long as I can't be shot. Which ties in with a piece of gear that you can activate at the start of an activation. Great, I said activate twice. A piece of gear you turn on at the start of an activation, which makes it impossible to shoot you based on things like seek and vantage point. So, like, you need that on your army list every single time you need it. Because then you can blink strike anyone anywhere, regardless of whether the enemy has Seek or not. Which is fantastic. So fragile, but with at least a little bit of extra oomph to their durability and their oddity. I mean, that's what you get for a Xenos team, which is always good. But yeah, within Shadow, Inch of Heavy, under Vantage. Again, lots of Vantage to be under. Or near a Shadow Portal, which this creates an interesting idea. The way this model works, here he is. You remove a Weave Darkness if there is any. Turn 1, there won't be. Place 1 visible to this operative, or on Vantage terrain of a terrain feature visible to this operative. Now, what this means, from what I can tell, is if he's here, he could see this piece of terrain. I imagine my opponent's going to put someone on the top floor, so this might not work. They could, however, put someone on the bottom floor. Or on the top floor and the bottom floor, but not in the middle floor. Because this is a 3-story. So in theory, I could see from here to here. And then at the end of the turn, if my opponent has like spread out and has gone all over the place and he has his one sniper up top, I activate him, put a portal somewhere here, and then just on the second floor. And then just, whoop, just appear underneath their sniper. Like, there's a lot of dumb things I can do here. A lot of it's going to come down to whether or not my opponent takes cover. Because if my opponent takes, like, barricades and stuff, which they should, I can use those barricades against them. Which could be kind of cool. But yeah, place the Weave Darkness marker visible to this operative, or on a Vantage terrain visible. The marker creates an area of smoke. Oh, this is the smoke one. Jeez, I'm reading the wrong one. So this is important because smoke causes obscuring to people in and out of it. So if someone does put a sniper on the second floor, although I will say the Vantage up here is big, but there's small zones that would be considered the shooty zones. So if I place it, let's say here, his sniper is going to have to come down a floor in order to like do anything. Because I don't think it's a pillar anymore for smoke grenades, right? Let me grab the card. It used to be a pillar, like an infinitely tall pillar. Faction, universal. Smoke grenade. Place 1. It must be visible on this blah, blah, blah. Marker creates and smoke 1 inch horizontally. Oh, unlimited height vertically, but not below it. Oh, that's going to be brutal, dude. I need to remember this. Because it's same size and effect. So if this is the only side that can see my army, I put it here. If I drop it at their bottom floor... Or technically, okay, so you can put it on Vantage. There's no Vantage down here, and if I can't see this spot back here, I just put it here. Meaning the first and second floor are now obscured from smoke. So even if the sniper is up here, if he doesn't have the ability to negate obscuring, which, considering who I'm playing against, I don't think any of them do. And I'm saying sniper is like a wide term, right? Like, it could be a sniper. It could be a Plague Marine, the friggin' spellcaster who tries to cast, like, torrent effects across the field that have Seek on them. So, like, it's one or the other. And I just drop it here. And that way this whole entire pillar is now in obscure. So if you're going to be sitting here, you're going to have to deal with obscuring, which absolutely sucks for whoever is trying to utilize that, which I think the big ones would probably be, out of all the teams coming, I thought there was thought there was a different one. Mandrakes, Nemesis Claw, Hyrotech. I could have swore that one guy was playing Aquilans. I feel like we're not seeing all the teams here. The big one would be Vespids. Although the Vespid Sniper is very easily able to move to other locations to take up good position and fire from there. Hyrotech, I think, have anti-obscuring, so it might not work against them. The big one would be on the Deathmark. Yeah. So it doesn't help me against Deathmarks. Is the Blooded the same way? Actually, let me check the Sniper here. No, Sniper doesn't get it. These guys shouldn't have anything like that. Heavy Gunner, Screecher. They don't really have like a ranged sniper. I know the Plague Marines don't have anything like that, but they do have weird seek functions. Heavy Gunner, Icon Bearer, Plague Caster, this guy. Saturate Severe Poison, Severe Shock Poison. Saturate. This is an issue. This is the retention. Oh, thanks, Ben. I redid the Hyrotech guide, right? This is the issue. This is actually... So I haven't made videos in a while because I'm trying to figure out how to deal with my channel going forward. Now that we've experienced the break in rule sets between the last season and this season. So I have kind of an issue of like... all the rules that I worked my ass off on before, they're all meaningless. Which is kind of a problem. But I might have redone... Yeah, I redid the Hyrotech. Good, good, good. I think I redid them because a buddy of mine picked them up. Any of the videos that have the symbol for their team and one of the character models on front of it with KT24 in the top corner, those are new. Those are the newer ones. Although I think I took KT24 out of the top corner for Angels of Death. I'm still torn on using the logos. Dude, YouTube is so weird right now. Or just content creation in general. The fact that people use the logos for the games, for Warhammer 40k stuff and Games Workshop stuff in general on their thumbnails allows Games Workshop, specifically their legal department, which could be going rogue to a degree, to be able to be like, no, and then just striking all the videos down. I know what you're talking about. I know they were supposed to put rules for them out there. I try. That's why I'm trying to make adjustments. I still want to put stuff out. I want to put cool things out for you guys. I need to reassess how. Because it's so much. I watch I don't know if you've watched... It's a group of people who used to work for Games Workshop, and they're now kind of doing their own thing. It's the Jugs podcast. They talked recently about how YouTube's AI algorithm that runs in the background tries to look at keywords in the videos. So when you say things like kill team, that video gets kind of put to the bottom of the pile because the word kills in it. When you say things like Warhammer or battle report, the AI, because it's a non-context thing, looks at it and goes, maybe not. So people are trying to figure out how to like retitle videos they're putting out to not have negative terms in them. It's kind of dumb. It's kind of dumb. But yeah, I don't know. The new Space Marine, what was it? Heroes. And the problem is the Space Marine Heroes line. I'm in the US. It might not be here for a while. From what I understand, the Space Marine Heroes line in the US usually comes out like a year after it's supposed to. Because this isn't Games Workshop that makes it. It's Games Workshop that licenses it. It's a third-party company that makes it. So what they do is they give them access to assets to make push-fit models. So they do. They go out, they make the push-fit models, and then they sell them in blind boxes. This is how they're trying to break into new markets, like I think Japan and stuff. Because it used to play. I don't know if you guys know the Mega Man. I think of what, Starlink? No, it's not Mega Man. It was the other Mega Man that came out. The one that's more of like a action-y sort of board game situation. It plays like that. That's how this was supposed to play. But now they're trying to incorporate it into Kill Team as well. But yeah, I imagine the Warhammer Heroes line will drop in Europe and overseas like a year before we get it in the US. Because that's what happened here. So if people are posting it, they might have gotten it overseas. Let me see. I don't want to watch a whole Auspex Tactics video to find out if it's actually out or if they're just saying it's coming. eBay has the Death Guard box set for Heroes. I'm not seeing any others. If you're seeing YouTube channels... Okay, so you're seeing one of two things on YouTube or wherever about this. These are standard models for the most part. They are nicely posed. They're a little bit different overall, but there's a... Let's see. Open image in new tab. Open image in new tab. Oh, no, it's the stupid Reddit thing where it doesn't actually want to open in a new tab. Here we go. Standard Pyre Blaster Reaver. So Phobos Reaver. Standard Phobos. Looks like a Scout. No, that might be... No, that's not a Scout. Is it? No, this is a Phobos something. I know there's an antenna version, there's a camera version, and then there's the wing version. So Pyre Blaster, 2 Phobos, guy with a heavy bolt pistol chainsword, guy with a bolter, looks like a stalker bolter, guy with a Pyre Blaster or Pyre pistol. This is a Melta pistol, and he's pointing, and he has a Crozius. So if you're an avid collector of Space Marines, there's a mild chance you already have all of this. Possibly even whatever the hell this one is. So you could easily do videos on them. If you get the rules earlier, if something leaks, you could do the rules. I have one of these. I have one of these. Actually, that doesn't look like a carbine. No, that's a carbine. So yeah, I have one of these. I have one of these. If these are intercessors, then I have one of these. I have one of these. What I would need for visual aesthetic would be this and this. And I have the team. It's weird that they're adding this, and the Justian is part of the Angels of Death. So I don't know if these are going to get added into Angels of Death or stand alone. I imagine they just stand alone. They've got to have their own special rules. It'd be sad if it was just more Angels of Death. Yeah, so you can get the units ready now, and you can be fine. But I don't know... Ooh, I think I see what you're talking about, actually. It might be out. Either that or it got leaked. I'm seeing it now. But it's all UK. Yeah. eBay and UK. Warhammer Heroes. And it's in Japanese. So they're buying in the UK. It looks like they're buying the Japanese version of it, bringing it here. And apparently in box, the one they're getting comes with... Hang on. This image brought to you by eBay. You get all 3. Brother. Konnichiwa. But yeah, bolt rifle, Astartes during the operative's activation, it can perform either the shoot action or 2 fight actions. 2 shoot actions or 2 fight actions. So the Astartes rule is its rule. Okay. APL 3, move 6, save 3 up, wounds 14. Which, okay. Alright. Push fit. Even though it looks like a basic intercessor, they converted the model completely to push fit. Looks like you get helmetless helmet. Did they get leaked or did they get did someone steal a shipment? Because there's a lot of these on eBay. A lot. I am looking at a ton of them right now on eBay. Open image. Kind of want to see this one. Yeah, it's just like what Justian was. Designed to not have as many rules to confuse the hell out of people. This is still Zeradim. Was there another one? No. Where's the Pyreblaster? I'm interested in the Bolt Carbine Reaver as well. Yeah, you can buy them on eBay. Looks like £6.50 with a £1.55 shipping. But hard UK right now. So if they're not actually fully released, that means most likely a shipment overseas got out early. It might be coming out overseas early, but like one of two things, like I said, is going to happen. Over the course of COVID, we never really got like a lot of the things we were told we were going to get came out like a year later, right? The Space Marine box came out a year later. The Justian one came out like a year or two later, and it didn't even make it to all the stores it was supposed to make it at. Like, it just kind of like, like that was it. There was a box that was supposed to come out from Barnes & Noble called Arena. Arena had all of the heroes from, I think, the base set of Blackstone Fortress in it, as well as an Amble. And it was $20. And it didn't come out until like a year and a half later when it randomly dropped online as a pre-order, and I got it. So for $20, I got all of the Blackstone Fortress hero models from the base set and an Amble. So that was kind of cool. But yeah, Justian was the same way. When Justian came out, it was like small cards. But at the very least, at the tournament I'm going to, I'm not going to see him. And at 14 wounds a pop, with very basic rules, honestly, I don't think we see them in tournament play. Like we've said, it's starting stuff. Like you're gonna play it if you want to like start. Oh yeah, the Blackstone Fortress models. Fantastic. My buddy just started painting all of the enemies for Blackstone Fortress, the base set, because we're going to be playing that. We just finished the first chapter of Cursed City, the expansion we just got, so we'll finish Cursed City at some point here. But we got through the story. It got real easy at the end, like real easy. We sort of gamed the system because in the rules it says like if you don't destroy the the little tokens in the room, they respawn at the tokens. So in one of the matches, or one of the maps we played, we just rushed down all of the tokens and just shattered them right away. And it's like, you're doing like so many wounds on the enemy by doing that. But then the final boss, we did it to like 3 of the 4, and then we hit him so hard after we got rid of the 3 that it shattered the 1. According to the rules, he doesn't teleport, it just shatters it. And then we just beat him down for 2 of his health bars in one go. And it was like, you win. Like, okay. Because like he was stunned, I cursed him, we were critting him through the roof. Oh, wait, are they already pulled from competitive play? I could see that. I could see it. But yeah, back to tourney prep. So, let's see, performs reposition, shadow passage, you can use this rule. Each friendly Mandrake operative can use if you do so, remove the shadow portal marker. So turn 1, don't worry about it. Place a shadow portal marker within the operative's control range before it's removed, and 1 within its control range after it sets up. So this is kind of a trick if you're familiar. The idea would be if he's back here, right? And he's like kind of under this thing, and then I have like a squad of warriors here, I can teleport him out, drop the token so that it's within 1 inch of like the squad of warriors. If the opponent I have doesn't put something on the 2nd floor, I can have him appear anywhere on the 2nd floor so long as nothing can see him in a way where it can shoot him, and then drop the portal anywhere on the 2nd floor within 1 inch of him. This means you can actually take the token and put just the edge of the token on the 1 inch range, which then gives you a big area to just drop a ton of warriors if you really want to. I'm interested in playing Blackstone because we played Curse City, and Curse City, talking to Ben here, and we played Curse City, and Curse City has, as what we could tell, we read it like 4 times. There's no limit to the actions you can take outside of the amount of dice you have. Whereas Blackstone says you can only really do actions once per activation with the dice. And that seems a little bit better because what we've been doing in... Yeah, no, I don't like this kill zone. I think it's not that smart, but this is what they want to do for some reason. He said he looked at a tournament and this was one of the maps, so he wants to do this. This is this. And if you know the Mandrake rules for in shadow, these vantage points, so long as I'm slightly underneath a vantage point, I'm in shadow. So, like, this is a pocket of 4+ saves. This is a pocket of I have a ton of ploys and rules that enhance my abilities. This is, like, I can strike first in combat if you charge me and I'm under one of these. Like, good luck. I guess. Like, I don't know. But, yeah. I might zoom in for this, if I'm being real. Because the way I'm saying it's supposed to work is it's this guy. And you can bring him in shadow. So like I said, vantage terrain. He can just kind of appear under it, right? Let's actually I'm gonna show you the real trick to this. That's in shadow. He's not 1 inch from heavy, which would also be in shadow. This makes him in shadow, right here. This being over top of him. I'm pretty sure it's worded that you don't have to be wholly under, just partially. Any part of its base is underneath vantage. Like, if we want to be anal about it, like, literally. There you go. Behold, I'm in shadow. Now, step 2. And I actually have tokens for this team. Which I'm not really going to worry about, honestly. I wouldn't mind doing a Mandrake guide. But I got to figure out ways to do them faster. Since, you know, after like a couple years, they'll be obsolete. So if I drop this... And let me grab my ruler so I can show you the tomfoolery. This has to be within his control range. So 1 inch. You go 1 inch to the base. Within, but not wholly within. Bam. This now creates an area where anything that is next to it within 1 inch is also considered within shadow. This guy standing in the middle of the open has a 4+ save, as well as all benefits that come from within shadow in terms of ploys and abilities. When teleporting across the field, all that matters, there's 3 things that have to be effective, right? There's 3 things, or I think it's any one thing, right? No, yeah, 3 things. It can't be within control range of an enemy operative. Perfectly fine. It cannot be a valid target for attack from an enemy operative. That is all down to shooting. As far as I understand, if a weapon has Seek on it, you do have to take that into account because you would be considered a valid target. Like, at least that's how I run it. Just because I feel like Seek is kind of a counter, depending. Because there's counters to Seek in this army, so why not, right? And it can't perform shoot or fight. Which, you gotta kind of play around that. But yeah. This guy's in the open. If no enemy sees this position when you do this, that's perfectly fine to put him there. So if the objective's here, you can kind of teleport string to it based exclusively on this little token here. And the reason this is good is because teleportation comes from reposition, specifically. Reposition is basically overridden to become this teleport, which means you can appear here, right? And if an opponent has, let me see. Like one of these, for them to kind of come to, like a heavy barricade, you appear here, you dash here. So you're leaving the within shadow of this, and that's heavy, so you're moving to that within shadow. This is how the Mandrakes kind of are. You have to assume you always want to be near walls. My opponents need to think that they need less terrain on the field for me to tinker with like this. Because I can only place these up to the edge of my deployment zone. Which for as a refresher, actually I think it's what? It's heavies are 3 inches, I think. I need to look up the actual new rules for them because they did change it. But fade. So you could set up a heavy barricade if it's within 3. I kind of want to look this up. They did change it because heavy barricades sucked, and I think they improved them. Kill team. Universal. Portable barricade, move barricade, razor wire, heavy. Before the battle starts, you can set it up wholly within 2 of your drop zone. On the kill zone floor, more than 2 from other equipment. So it's actually 2, which still kind of sucks. These squares should be 1 inch each, so this is your distance for the heavy barricade. It's garbage. I don't think anyone's going to use a heavy barricade, honestly. We might see portables, though. That could be cool. Because this is a lot of space. It would be good to drop someone out in a portable and then just have them run around. In a portable, I would lose... actually, that would be insane. How would I do that? If I put a portable, like, here, and then I ran a Mandrake Warrior behind it, I would be within the 1 inch of the heavy for the within shadow for the 4+ save. And then if I'm behind the portable in a way where I'm getting, like, the benefit from it, I'd have a 3+ invulnerable save. Because pen won't work on me. And a portable ups me by another 1. I might think about doing that. I don't know. It got buffed because this is a previous errata I'm staring at. Let me take a look. Oh, good. So wholly within 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not bad. You can put it up to here, just outside of control range. So if somebody does that, if somebody goes, I'm putting a heavy barricade here, I can use that to my advantage. It's kind of fun. And if you're like if you're an army that's like not that great turn 1 and you need to get into good positions, depending on how badly you place your terrain, like seriously, turn 1, there's a good, I'm in with a shot of being like starting here and then just appearing over here. Just like, whoop, or just being here. Because considering I think the door is going to be here. There's going to be like 1 door on each of these, I want to say. It's probably like there, 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 and there. All I need to do is appear with like my flesh chooser in this corner. For a command point. Like, it's a big bomb of command points, but it still kind of works. I can basically just go through the wall. Attack anything that comes over here. The issue is I might need to figure out how to put a portal down here, maybe? I don't know. In shadow is rough. Yeah, shadow portal. But it makes the team fun. Because you're playing... The best thing an enemy could do to try to avoid the buffs I can get is stay away from walls. If you stay away from walls, this is a gun you don't want to deal with. So if you're staying out of cover to try to avoid me getting to you, like, my plan is to, on my vantage point, drop this guy. His 2 options, 5 attacks per damage line, the same as a bolt gun. You either get lethal 5 straight up or a blast 2 against Horde. That's pretty nice, right? But not only that, for an action point, I can mark either you or me. If I'm marked, your ranged weapons get reduced by 1 damage against me. If you're marked, my ranged weapons, specifically I think these, get 1 damage and saturate. So enjoy 0 cover. Enjoy a 4-5 damage line that has Soul Strike. You're probably out there thinking, what the hell is Soul Strike? I've never played Mandrakes before. Soul Strike, and this was very clear in the FAQ, this overrides any rules that have to do with armor and armor and adjustment for rolls, right? Like Space Marines have that one where 5 up is a crit save, right? Like they have the, I think it's, what is it? It's like angled armor or whatever. It's like once per save, a 5 up can be retained as a crit. This overrides that completely. You might as well not take that rule into Mandrakes. So basically, Soul Strike goes, your armor save doesn't matter. What I'm doing is I'm looking at your APL. If your APL is a 3, you need to roll a 1, a 2, or a 3 to save against me. The 1 is the crit. Now, you can still retain saves normally, so... Because retain saves aren't a facing. It's just a dice that is considered to be, like, normal. Or crit, depending on what you're able to pull off. So since it's based on APL stat, like, a 2 APL guard is a 1 or a 2. Oh, Legion of the Damned. Alright. Now, most guard probably don't care about the 1 or a 2, although I know some guard have a 4-up save because of special armor. Some of them might even have the ability to upgrade their armor and defense stats based on, like, ploys. That doesn't matter here, because it's still your APL. Which technically means if you have the ability to increase your APL, you have the ability to increase your save against me. But that also means I'm probably going to be taking 2 stun grenades in this army. Because if I stun you, your APL is 2, now it's a 1. You have to roll a 1 to save against my ranged attacks until you activate the next time. So that's super fun. Like, this just shreks people. You're a Space Marine with a 3-up save. Suddenly you're a 3-down save. It's a worse save overall. Like, it's kind of even. Actually, no, it is even. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's an even thing, but I can at least APL reduce you. Because if I can APL drop a Space Marine to 2, it just ruins them. And I think I have a way to just do that. Who has it? Not the Shade. Is it the Dirge? I can remove APL. Can't add to it. Worsen hit stats. This one's a big one. I need to remember this. It has to be a valid target, though. Or, oh, okay. Valid target or is within shadow. I've completely forgot about this. Oh my god. I'm gonna have so much fun with this. If you're trying to hide from me behind heavy terrain so that you can set up, like, running through a wall to hit me, then you've put yourself in a place where I can just declare that this is on you. And this is a persistent until the next time this goes, I believe. Yeah, until it's incapacitated or performs its action again. So this guy just gets to, like, hang out. Just being like, no. And then he has the strategic gambit and counteract. The ability to stun on a 5 attack, 2 up to hit, Dev 2 attack with Seek Light. This doesn't negatively affect the armor save roll in the moment, though. They're very clear in the rulebook that stat changes will not affect anything until after, right? So during the course, if this was like pre-stun before the roll, then maybe it would work, but stun, the APL reduction isn't considered in play until after the shoot action would be complete. You just need one good turn with this guy against an elite. Getting 2 soul tokens just in one go. Like, if he can survive after the fact, if he can run out, kill one, go back to, or even stay in concealed, charge while concealed into, from and into within shadow, and then get, like, whatever bonuses you're going to get from shadow in melee to bring down an elite that might have been chipped a little bit. Just rush in, do, you know, a quick 6 damage. Take it out, get your 2 soul tokens, and have the ability to be like, alright, 2 of my guys are going to be APL 3 for the rest of the game. Huge. So huge. I just got a plan for it, man. And we are at this tournament, we're using The old rules. The last TAC ops, not the new one. So prior TAC ops, we're going to need to think about multiple different elite teams, a couple horde teams, one that actually has the potential to outmaneuver me is a big thing, I think, in my opinion. What am I? I'm going to be infill and recon. I looked at the new infill recon rules. There's a couple good ones. Oh, what did he say we were doing, too? I think he said we were doing loot. Heavy light, yes, windows are closed. There's two doors on each piece of terrain, so there's a door on the inside. Extra 8. Oh my god, he's doing it as APL to open and move through and not just declaring accessible. I'm not gonna lie, most of what I keep reading about this tournament feels like the person doesn't know the game. He's just assuming things based on some simplicity. There's no way this is the board. What did he do? Oh no, what did he do? The crit op is loot. Okay, I'm getting really worried about this game. This is the board he showed us. Some of you avid fans might notice a problem. Because he posted this and went, this is our board. No, it's not. This is our board. If this is our board, this is not our board. Because this should be mirrored here, but this is an invert. So which one is it? Also, there's like no room on this side of the building. Whoever takes this side of the map is going to be at a disadvantage. Because, like, this is just open. Anyone can see from this side. I'm trying to keep my hopes in check for this tournament. I'm going to say that right now. I'm doing it. Just gonna focus on the potentials. Gonna focus on trying to make sure I don't get too much wrong. But everything I keep looking at for everything he revealed has me going like, I don't know, man. This is gonna feel a little bit like the first attempt at a tournament. So what is it? It's 4 equipment cards, right? Like 4 pieces of equipment. Set up battle, select operatives. Each player secretly selects operatives for the battle, adhering to selection requirements in their kill team rules. Reveal selection immediately. Player sets up 4 equipment options. So I have 4 equipment options. Down. it still gross? It's still gross. Let's not do it this way. Equipment-wise, what we have access to is a chain snare. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know of a single enemy army that chain snare would help me into. And it does stuff that makes me feel like, eh. It's so I roll 2d6, and if one against an enemy that has less health than me, if one of those d6 is higher, then it's I think it's a 4-up. Yeah. If any result is a 4-up, that enemy operative cannot perform that action during the activation or counter action, but no AP is spent on it. There is a character in the Geller Pox that does something similar, but if you attempt to flee and you fail based on the Geller Pox roll, you still lose the action points. So this is kind of whatever. And having enemies fall back, like, this is kind of an issue. So you can declare that you want to do it, but there's, like, the only one that really matters. Like, I don't really see the reason. I mean, I guess if you really want to hold someone next to you so that they can't fall back and then have, like, a melt-a-gun shoot at you from a distance, I could see that. So maybe there's a world where doing this into, I want to say, the Blooded might help. Doing this into the Vespid might help. Doing this into the Hierotek might be actually a kind of good idea. But I think it's only good if I get the thing chipped down to a point where it's less than, I think, 8 wounds, right? Because I'm an 8-wound army. Yeah, 8 wounds. 9 on the leader. So if you can get a Hierotek operative down below 8, then fine, so long as I'm not hurt, I guess. But I don't know. 9 times out of 10, this is garbage. Shadowglyph. I think this is the one where I have to take it pretty much every game. Yep. Once per turning point, I get to pick one of my guys who's within Shadow that's been activated. Like, he has to activate, but he has to be within Shadow when he activates. Until the next time that unit activates, while it has a conceal order and is in cover, it cannot be selected as a valid target. So this is a negation for Seek Advantage, or anything that acts kind of like Seek Advantage. This is like an 100% take on this map. 100%. Because I could technically use light cover on the field very effectively. You put down a light barricade, because, again, if this is actually the layout, which, reminder, is not what they showed us. Like, I don't know what he was thinking. It's 2 freaking magic Doritos in the middle. Why is there 1 magic Dorito and then an absolute worthless wall here? This is, I'm going to have to, if I take this side, I have to take a barricade and Shadowglyph, put the barricade here, run a guy out through the door with that glyph on, and then just have him sit here, untargetable by the rest of the world. That's going to be bad. Soul Gem. I feel like Soul Gem was only good in Gallo Dark. Or anything that has the condensed. Because it gives Blast 1 inch, which Blast 1 inch sucks. If you're unfamiliar, Blast 1 inch is probably one of the worst versions of Blast you can give anything. But in close quarters, this is also Lethal 5. So, not bad. But I think I avoid that. And I definitely avoid Bone Darts. Once per turning point, you get a 4 attacks, hitting on 3s, 2/4, range 6, Rending Silent. I have the ability to take a unit that went engaged back to conceal at the end of their activation. This feels worthless. This feels more worthless than any other equipment that I can think of. So beyond this, considering I might only take one piece of faction equipment 9 times out of 10. On a map this open, I have 3 equipment slots. I'm assuming because this is deployment zones that I can put someone up top here, which would, if there's room for me to stand and see stuff over here, definitely going to be my AoE Balefire guy. Definitely going to be him. Everyone else is probably either going to start up here in a way where they could teleport or start on the first floor. I move 7 plus 3 equals 10, right? That's universal. I move 7, or do I move 8? I move 7. Plus 3 from dash takes it to a 10. Dude, this is all kinds of wrong. I imagine I can get from this corner out and then with 10 inches to about here for the barricade, so I can at least hold this objective. So 1 warrior most likely to here to just loot. And loot spam while in there. If I get this side with good fortune, then I'll just send a guy through a door to loot. Or just go that. Why am I spending an action point to... Like, this is insane to me. Oh, it'll be considered open. So, what does that mean? Does that mean now it's like a visible tube? Such a stupid concept. Completely solved by just going, this is accessible. -1 inch to pass through. Have fun. If it's half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Easy enough. I should be able to get to here with 10. No problem. That's a move and a dash, though. How do I get there to loot? Alright. Actual reality. I don't know if we use the big shadow portal turn 1. It could be good. I would need to figure out a fun way to make it work over here so that everyone that appears can kind of dash. Like, hopefully one person can appear here and then loot immediate. Oh, well, turn 2 is loot, right? Crit op, loot. One objective marker. An operative cannot perform this action during the first turn. Yeah, so it's just setup. So it doesn't even matter if I make it there turn 1. I could easily just fill this whole place with allies. So do I even need barricades? I don't know. We could put a heavy barricade somewhere near middle. That way at any point in time in the game I can just within shadow teleport to middle and then loot. If there's no one else on mid. Ammo cache, I don't think I necessarily want. This is a free reroll, though. I could technically ammo cache on the top floor of my own base if I have a good vision arc. That way my blast template or my little blast 2-inch guy can have a free reroll, which is nice. I don't know. I don't think it's worth it though. Razor wire is exposed, obstructing terrain. You can set it up wholly within your territory. Is there a spot where this, like, putting the razor wire, is it within 2? Wholly within your territory and more than 2 inches. Okay. So, let's say I'm here. I could just razor wire there, forcing them to have to come through the door, which is already an inch off to go this way. And then to jump over that would be 2 inches in cost. Honestly, I don't think I razor wire at all. At all. Comms device pointless. Mines are an option. I do think I grab 2 stun grenades for utility. I'm of the mindset where explosive grenades, unless you have a person in your army that has the grenadier ability to have +1 to the hit on these, absolutely worthless. I have seen one too many games of someone being like, oh, let me throw my crack grenade at your elite. I missed everything. Cool, your piercing 1, saturate, 4 or 5 damage, did nothing. Have fun with that. Because it's only 4 attacks. I'd have 2 saves against you on a 50-50. So, on average, that's no problem, Fat Mans. On average, I should probably, do I have universal? Oh no, I didn't put universal chat in this mode. On average, you're hitting me twice. Maybe you get a crit. If you get a crit, you're lucky. But I have 2 saves on a 3-up with an elite army. Like, it's pointless. If it's a 3+, you're probably going to put 4 damage on someone. No problem. But, like, this is garbage. This is terrible. Utility grenade, though. So I have a ability that is a smoke grenade. I could technically take smoke grenades, which would allow me to do my specialty smoke, but then other smokes as well. I think definitely my one faction equipment. On average, definitely a stun grenade. On average. It's a little annoying because it is 1 AP. But if I do see a combo where someone who's already gone, if I can stun them and then attack them, that'd be great. Specifically with ranged attacks. Due to the fact that the AP reduction means their save is worse. And I know the combo with this is teleporting someone into cover, because you don't need to be out of conceal to use this. So teleporting, like this is a key trick here. Like if you're playing someone who's a 2 APL army and you've got a big cluster of guys back here that you're like, yeah, I got this. What I can literally do is if I can guarantee you do not have vision on me in a way where you can shoot me, I could appear here, chuck a stun grenade into all of your people. I could do that technically with my leader so that if anyone near that leader who after they get stunned down to 1 APL tries to activate, I can just declare Harrowing Whispers on anyone within 6 inches. I roll a dice if the result is higher than that enemy operative's APL. So anything but a 1, I prevent them from activating. It's still in my head like one of the funniest things you can do with this character. Just drop your leader Night Fiend like there and just be like, blow, full stun on everything down here. Make sure he's within 6 of all of them. And then just like Sure, activate if you want, buddy. Let's go down the line and make sure none of them can activate. I just have to not roll a 1. Step 2 is to try to figure out if I have the guy with the blast soul strike attack to just like pop around a corner and shoot inward. Just wipe every single person under their out. Dumb Mandrake Wombo combo. I definitely think I take double stun. Smoke grenades. Where's the smoke info? When you select this equipment, select 2 utility grenades. Can I take more than 1 utility grenade option? I thought I could. Each option cannot be selected more than once. No. It's just you select 1 and you get 2. Select 2 utility grenades. 2 smoke, 2 stun. 1 smoke, 1 stun. Selection is unique action operative can perform, but your kill team can only perform that action total number of times battle selected. Smoke. Place a smoke within 6, visible, or on vantage terrain of a terrain feature that's visible. The marker creates on vantage terrain of a terrain feature that's visible to this operative. The marker creates an area of smoke 1 inch horizontally and unlimited in height. Yep, one operative is wholly within an area of smoke. It's obscured. Operatives more than 2 inches from it and vice versa. In addition, whenever an operative is shooting an enemy operative wholly within an area of smoke, ignore piercing. Hang on. In addition, whenever an operative is shooting an enemy operative wholly within an area of smoke, ignore piercing weapon rolls unless they are within 2 inches. So obscuring is a guarantee of no crits. So I can force them to be obscured into anything they shoot. Or, if I know my position, I can get obscured against them, and they don't have... Oh, I can't be pierced anyway. That's right. Piercing doesn't work on me regardless. And I don't really have piercing. So I can just smoke their positions. I'm perfectly fine. This one is the only one that lasts D3 activations into the next step, though. So at the guarantee, at least 1 activation the person in smoke will have. I don't think I go smoke. I think I just go double stun. I can only, I think, use 1 stun per. Kill team can only perform that action a total number of times. Oh, wait. Each selection is a unique action. So, okay. You can only perform that action. In theory, if I had a stun and smoke grenade, I think, because this is a unique action, the other one's a unique action, I could have one person both stun and smoke, which is not great for a 2 APL team. But yeah, double stun, definitely. Stun's going to be big. Universal equipment, portable barricade. There's a chance I might want to do portable barricade. Light protective. Before the battle, you can set it up wholly within your territory on the kill zone floor. More than 2 inches from other equipment. Access points accessible while an operative is in cover from this terrain feature. Improve its save stat by 1 to a maximum of 2. This would give me a 3-up save character. He would be in light cover, though, which could be bad. They had to clarify that I'm not allowed to bring it through the void with me. That's a very key thing. Unallowed to take it into the shadows and come out from the other side with it. But it's move stat -2, which lowers me to 5. I can only do it during a reposition. I can't do it during a dash. I don't know. I don't know who would use this. This guy is going to be on vantage, most likely. This guy needs to just be in a corner ready to pass through the terrain. This guy doesn't need any of it. I mean, it would be nice because then you just run up on someone and horrifying scream them. But you have to stay within shadow, which means this wall always needs to be near... Always needs to be near a wall. Like, the combo could be crazy, though. 5-inch move on a Dirge Maw. That I could, like, bring out to here. Or he has to hug a wall. He has to be able to hug a wall. I mean, like, pop out, just start moving in, but just always keep the barricade facing the enemy. Always stay near the wall. And then to use the faction rule on him to make sure you can't target him while in light cover. And then you just have a 3+ invulnerable. Just hovering around. This looks big more than 5, though, is the issue. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you can't cross. I would need to have like a heavy... I would have to have a heavy piece of terrain. So it would be like a portable barricade and a heavy barricade. The heavy would be set up at 4. You would come to like here, move the portable to get right next to the heavy, and then make another move in the following turn to get like here. It's gross. I don't like it. Honestly, I feel like putting a minefield in like on the other side of a door that the enemy can go through would be a better idea. That might be it. I don't know. Because I don't need to worry about that stuff. I can just teleport past things. If really need it. Like if I put a mine, if I'm starting here and I put a mine on the other side of this door to make sure that the enemy coming this way has to go around as opposed to through, that could be worthwhile. So 2 stun. Into the enemies I'm thinking of too, like nothing else really helps me. Like what's the point in ladders for me if I can teleport? Heavy barricade is the big one. There's too many vantage points for light barricades to be interesting. Worthless, potentially worthless, very worthless, or kind of worthless. Exposed and obstructing. Because they said these are 2-inch gaps. I think. What if I just choose not to have barricades? I go the gemstone to prevent targeting. To try to use enemy barricades. Like, if I'm assuming there's almost no way on this map that the enemy doesn't take barricades. What if I try to use them against them? If I try to use their barricades against them, then I'd have barricades on their side I can rush to. What if I go minefield so that, like, here, I could put it on the door, and then I go... I could go minefield razor wire on this side. On this side, I do think I need to take a heavy piece of terrain to drop here. Or light barricade, potentially. Because the vantage points, if windows are closed, then I don't need to worry a ton about this side's vantage points. Because that means basically this whole side can't see here. This whole side can't see here. This is the only part of vantage that matters for the midfield. Which in theory means all I need to worry about on the floor. Not into the Vespids though. The Vespids do have a way to get, I think, conceptual vantage with their flight ability that lets them sort of go infinitely high and then just shoot. I could technically double barricade. I would need to see the map head on to see like, oh, this vantage can't see anything but over here. This vantage can't see anything but over here. This one can't see anything but like this. This one can only see like here. At which point, if I get this side, I could just grab some... I could grab a double barricade. Because you can't... As long as you're on the ground, unless you have Seek on your weapons, which not a lot of these people do, you can't get shot. It's fine. But the only alternative I can think of is mines. And maybe razor wire. Because again, mines on the other side of the door outside of 2 inches, so if they pass through, they set them off and blow up. Razor wire in a spot where the enemy might try to take alternative to the door. Could be worth. Could be. Either way. So we know the Night Fiend, the 6-inch aura of roll higher than your APL to force you to not go. The Ooblex, which is active at the beginning of every phase because it's when they're readied, or every turn, and then reactivates after it's been used if I get a kill with his melee weapon, is I get to pick one of your damage dice, roll a d6, to attempt to negate it on a 5-up, which that's pretty good. Honestly, it's actually really good. It's still a 5-up, and you can't rely on it, but it could turn the tide of a battle pretty well if a big hit that you weren't expecting gets immediately ignored. It's a great way to regain tempo. But that's the main thing about him. He has shock, which is an ability I rarely ever see. So let me just double check that. I'm pretty sure it means I get to negate a normal hit in melee. First time you strike with a crit. So when I crit, lethal 5, so 5's crit, I can discard an opponent's unresolved normal success. If they don't have any normals, I can get rid of a crit. Got to keep that in mind. That's a pretty big one. Lethal 5, though. Good damage overall. 5 attacks. I think he has better melee than most. Even compared to, I want to say, the Flesh Chooser. Chooser of Flesh. Yeah, he gets more attacks. It's just this is more damage. But 4-6. I think it's more base damage. Yeah, more base damage, but worse there. The same there. He's really good. APL 2, 9 wounds. Pretty decent. Mandrake Abyssal. Lethal 5 or Blast 2. 5 attacks. One of the better ranges I have. Can either buff myself or debuff enemies. For an AP, operative must be visible. Doesn't have to be a valid target. It is a persistent buff or debuff until either this unit goes again or it is killed. Can do it from conceal. So worst case scenario, I just have to do it early. And that's fine. This is huge, though. This only works on soul strikes, right? Balefire token add. Yeah, enemy is shooting. Specifically shooting. Okay. Because that'd be sick if it was +1 damage in melee. This guy'd be so brutal. Chooser of Flesh. I've never used this right. I have this problem in 40k as well. In Warhammer 40k, I have tried so many times to utilize more melee specific units, and I never use them well. I think the last narrative campaign I had a Hellbrute that's designed to kill Space Marines and tanks. He has a Hellbrute Fist and a Scourge. The Power Scourge is great at killing Space Marines. The Fist is pretty decent at killing mid-tier tanks. And I did everything in my power to position it in a way where I couldn't be attacked easily. And I tried to position it in a way where my blue horrors like cushioned between it and enemies so that they'd have to fight the blue horrors before getting to it. But like the blue horrors just constantly get shot to death completely by like random fodder attacks. And then they always make their charge rolls. Oh, what's up, Tommy? You going to this one? You going to this tournament? There's operatives incapacitated as a result of this operatives part rule. I want this to work. I really do. Like, if I can get it to work once. I think that's my goal. My goal of this tournament is to make this character work once. Oh, not bad. Because, yeah, like, I never win in melee. Like, with things that need to. I'll go ham with, like, a random unit. I'll just run in and Glimmer Steel Blade, like, a bunch of stuff to death. And I'm like, yeah, this is awesome. I'm expecting this guy to get caught and killed without much issue. I don't know why. It just keeps happening. This is hilarious to me, but I just want this to work once. I've played Mandrakes 4 times. I have yet to gain a Soul Harvest token. It just never happens. I don't understand it. Super annoying. I'll either try to set him up by sending a warrior in to chip away, but then my warrior has the chance to kill, and I'm just like, oh, let me just do that then. That's perfectly fine. Let me just get the kill instead, because if I don't, then I take damage. I might have to just be fully okay sacrificing one of these. Just chucking it in and being like, well, I could kill, but I think I won't. I think I'll hold it. This thing, though. I need to master this thing. I love this concept. I love that it either needs to be valid or it needs to be under vantage within an inch of heavy or near one of my portal tokens. And then it's just -1 to hit with their weapons. Or -1 to, yeah, the hit stat of their weapons, -2 to move. It's such a good debuff that, like, I don't need to see you to do it. Oh. Negates your positive APL stats. Ugh. Oh, nice. Oh, you're building jump packs for your Abominant? Jesus. But this thing, honestly, of all the rules that the Mandrakes have, this is the one that makes me go like, this is why I play them. Strategic Gambit. For those unaware, there's a step that happens before all the actions get undertaken. Whoever has initiative gets to pick a strategic gambit to apply to the game, and then it goes back and forth, spending command points or not, depending, to set into place all the potential like pre-wound rubber band moments. Okay? So this is a strategic gambit, not a strategic ploy. It costs no command points to put into play, which means I could do this first in order to, I guess, get someone to have to spend so I can see what they're doing before spending on stuff myself. That's why I like armies that have a lot of these, because then I just don't have to care about spending until I see you spend. And then I can be like, oh, you're doing offensive? Let me go defensive kind of stuff. I select one enemy operative. Doesn't matter if I see them or not. I just select them. They get marked until the next strategy phase with one of these bad boys. This has a lot of like FAQ'd interactions with the leader. I can either do this or I can do the leader's ability to prevent you from activating. I can't do both. That's like the key thing. They have like 3 FAQ questions about it. It all boils down to you either get to Haunting Focus or you get to use your leader's you can't activate ability. But basically, if you're like, I'm going to activate this guy, this is one of the weirder things. We have to kind of talk out whether or not there's a thing you can do to prevent me from damaging you. But like the next time that unit is going to activate, and it has the Haunting Focus, if my operative, if the Mandrake Dirgemaw hasn't gone yet, I can go, no. And then activate him first, so long as I perform a fight or shoot against the operative that was activating. So I could move and shoot. This is actually where 3 APL becomes a big thing. If I can get the 3 APL early and toss one on my Dirgemaw, like, that's huge, because then you can move dash shoot. You just have a wider range of being like, no, and then just putting some damage on the board. But this is a negation to a player moving. It does, because then you have to think. You have to think. Am I going to attack? Right? Like, if you let's say there's a guy here, and my Dirgemaw's like here, or like chilling here, right? And you just have a person here. And it's loot, right? Like, you have to spend a command point to loot, or an action point to loot. And the first person to loot every round is the one that gets to, like, get the points for that loot. If I can see you right here with a guy who could possibly kill you over here, and you're Haunting focused, and that's all you had in middle, like, good luck, man. I don't know. I'm going to activate this. Ah, countered. Activate this. Shoot. Move out behind the wall. Kill dude. Like, it's brutal. It's such a brutal ability. But it's like, so it's a paragraph. Look at this thing. But I got to remember it, because I could do it turn 1. Like, turn 1, we go into the strategic phase. It's going to probably be the first thing I do is pick one of your models to mark. That way I can see what else you're spending points on. Because if you're not going to spend points on anything, then maybe I don't. But yeah, his big thing is this. Being able to do this so long as you're within shadow. You could either be valid or within shadow for this debuff. That is so good. That is such a good debuff. And it's so annoying. I love this team, man. Between, like, let's say I'm playing the Blooded. And let's say this isn't as bad as I think it is. And, like, you put one of your Blooded guys, like, there. And you're like, this is going to be great. I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to shoot. Where is he? This guy just drops a smoke under you that stays permanently. Like, all he has to do is see your terrain, and then he can put it on. That's how I'm... So... Visible to this operative, or on a vantage terrain of a terrain feature visible to this operative. Vantage terrain of a terrain feature visible to this operative. What this implies to me is if I can see the terrain feature, or do I have to see the vantage itself? Like, this is actually a trick. This is something I need... Yeah, so all I need to see is this, and I can just drop it anywhere on here. Like, I just stop you. I just shut you down with a permanent smoke grenade. Have fun with it. I'll turn it off when I feel like it. And then you have another really good, fast character. Like, you're playing Legion, which I'm going to be playing Legionary. Or there's going to be 2 of... Where are they? Where did I put them? Here. There's going to be 2 of these guys. Most likely, they're going to have, I imagine, the Heavy Gunner, who they're going to try to rush out to get into a good position, because this Heavy Gunner is devastating. With a 5-inch move, you can move 8 with a dash. that'll put him 8 inches up to go to like a nice spot. And then he'll get 8 inches of another move to then be able to Plague Spewer like a ton of people if you're clustered. This is how I completely shreked a Veteran Guard team. The Death Guard or Death Corps. I think I ran, where is he? I ran this guy up with this thing. He clustered 4 people within an inch of each other. And then I just hit him with this. I moved, dashed, did this. And like this into Death Corps, good luck. On top with poison, ugh. I killed 2, and then I left 2 within poison range of death. So if he activated them, they would immediately die. Like, there it is. But if you're trying to position your heavy gunner, or let's say you have a fighter that you're trying to position, because this is really good. I'm not going to lie, this is scary. Being able to run with charge up to me for 7 inches, and then to do this. Inflict D3 plus 2 damage on all operatives visible to and within 2 inches of the operative. And then to trigger, like, this part is crazy. During an activation in which it performed more than 1 fight action. So, like, you do this, then you fight. If the thing lived. Which, I mean, D3 plus 2. At most 5 into an 8 wound unit. Yeah. You're going to get me down low enough to just kill me. So if turn 1 and this guy's in heavy cover, I'm immediately debuffing him. Immediately. I want this guy moving at most 5 inches. Or 6 inches. Every turn. At most. I think you can't go below 4 though, right? So it would lower this team... Because minus to move only goes down to 4. So 4, 5, 6, 7. I think he at most moves 7 inches with dash. And then he hits on 4s, which that's a good idea, honestly. Making him hit on 4s. This is going to be a problem, though. Depending on what the enemy brings, they're going to bring a champion, another unit that would probably be worth a debuff. They're going to bring a bombardier potentially into me, which would be another unit worth a debuff. Fighter, definitely. Heavy gunner, potentially. I almost picked Plague Bearers, or the Death Guard, the Plague Marines. I almost picked them as the team I was going to play this weekend. Because I have 2 games on my Plague Marines, and I play them really well. I know who to sacrifice to maximize damage potentials. I know how to shut down key units to make it so that they're going to die, like, real quick. Whether I do anything or not. I loved this team. But Mandrakes it is, man. It could be cool. One of the consistent rumors. Grey Knights versus a Demon Squad. That is a very consistent rumor. I think the last 2 teams that came out, there was hums that it might have been that. So to see the Death Watch. To see Death Watch hit and to be like, I mean, maybe that was the mistake. Maybe they thought it would be Grey Knights, but it's Death Watch because kinda there's some correlation, not really. But like maybe the next box. Maybe the next box is Grey Knights and Demons, which, I mean, that's the one we all want, man. That is the one we all want. Although, okay. I say that's the one we want. The one we really wanted, and the one we have wanted for almost 3 years now, is Catechins versus Gene Stealers. Or just Catechins versus like a fodder style Tyranid kill team. I think it would be the coolest thing ever to have a kill team of Tyranid that's like a 14-man AP2 only if you're within synapse range of one thing that has a 6-inch synapse range. everyone else is AP1. Like, that kind of thing. Like, something absolutely stupid. Because, that was the rumor, right? It was Tyranids versus something IG. Everyone was like, it's got to be Catechins. It was perfect storm. The things they showed us for Beta Decima's release made it look like it was a forest planet at first. Everyone thought it was a forest planet until we got all those videos of like the slamming waves and just rough water and stuff. And we were like, uh-oh, something's different. Everyone assumed it was going to be this lush, verdant planet. And it was going to be Catechins versus something Tyranid for the launch of what ended up being Beta Decima. Shortly before it happened, a book got released of Catechins versus Gene Stealers. And everyone was like, oh my god. It was going to be the greatest thing of all time. How do I deal with Plague Marines? 14 wounds per. They have their Feel No Pain, which is the new Feel No Pain, which just subtracts my damage by 1. 14. 5, 10, 4, 8, 12. I really do have to play the chip game. I'm going to have a turn where I'm really good on hits and fades with Soul Strikes. Get at least 1 or 2 of their units down like 4, maybe 5 wounds, and then go for kills in the next turn without losing too much. I might not be able to score much in turn 2. Thinking of how elites work, I don't know if I'm going to be able to score much by turn 2. It's going to be all about trying to get the rhythm in turn 3, which for a team that can potentially go 8 inches turn 1, and then 7 inches into melee turn 2, or 8 inches into shooting, it's going to be brutal. I do think landmines, maybe barbed wire might help against auxiliaries, or against elites with me. Maybe. It depends on where they're going to go. Because I don't know. If you're going to use barbed wire, you have to place it in an ideal spot. It has to either completely block a alleyway, or you have to really push people away from a wall with it. Landmines are kind of the same way. I don't know. This is going to be rough. Let me try to sort out what I'm seeing. I don't know why he gave us this picture versus this picture, because they're two very different pictures. Well, once the Death Guard, or once the, because what, next month or this month? September. It's this month, right? This is the month we're supposed to be seeing a lot of the teams get pulled off the tournament scene, from what everyone was saying. Yeah, Steeljack. Lack of Into the Dark. Dude, that, so at the final, oh, and for Worlds, okay. But yeah, Steeljack, what was it? We were, the final team that came out for Into the Dark was Felgor versus the Salvagers. Everyone assumed, because again they kept releasing the hype videos. The hype video was a camera like roughly moving around inside a Gallowdark, and all you heard was like growling and roaring. The assumption was it was going to be some kind of specialty Space Marine squad versus Gene Stealers, and they were going to close out Gallowdark with basically, God, I'm spacing on the name, Space Hulk. They were going to call it Gallowdark Space Hulk or something. And it was just going to be a Kill Team Space Hulk concept, which that would have been amazing. I like that we got Felgor, although, honestly. Salvagers, also kind of Salvagers kind of pissed me off because that they have a jetpack dwarf, and I was really hoping with all the new dwarves coming out that they would have had a whole squad of jetpack dwarfs, because the jetpack attachment is super easy to put on the already existing components. It's just a frame. You attach it to the top, and it's just like, there you go. You have a jetpack now. That's all they needed to do. Different legs that look like they're jumping over things. The attachment for their backpack, and they're basically done, because you just give them all little axes and pistols. I don't know why I'm telling you this. I can show you this. Although it might take a second. Work, you stupid focus. It's literally just like a basic model with different feet. And the backpack is the standard salvager backpack with a new component attached to the top of it. That's all this is. It's so cool too, because it has like a roll frame, like the little metal roll frame on top for the head. Who doesn't want jump pack dwarves? Just as a full squad ripping across the field, being like, here we go. Their tiny little legs. I do think this is going to be a struggle, though. Let me take a look. Other key things I need to know. I know how the Shadow Portal works. We know Weave Darkness. It's always good. I need to remember the Warriors are actually pretty kick-ass. As long as they're within Shadow, they get the +1 on their crit damage for their melee, making them as good of a damage stat line as the leader. Specifically damage. The leader does get, I think, a bonus attack and shock as well, so a little different. Dude, everything's better with a jump pack. Everything. No, yeah, Steel. Dude, the new dwarves, great. I still love the idea that they were like, one of the big models we're going to release is basically a big robot space marine. He's just a space marine, robot form. So, yeah. The way this is going to pan out, of course, Night Fiend, 8 Mandrakes, which, of course, all of the specialists. There's no reason to not take any of these specialists as far as I can tell. And then an extra 4 warriors. So, perfectly fine. Soul Strike, we completely understand. Into the enemies that I'm fighting, Soul Strike doesn't really assist me here all that much. Like I was saying, APL 3 and save 3 up is still... It's a little worse, because it's 3, 4, 5, 6 here, and then it's 1, 2, 3 here. If I'm able to stun grenade and the person isn't able to resist stun, then it's a 1 or a 2. It's a great way for me to get through people's armor by forcing them to roll really poorly on their APL. I can't remember, though. Are these guys one of the ones who have built-in can't change APL? Poison, disgusting. No. I think they tried to do away with that in a lot of spots. I don't think there's as many armies as there used to be that was like, you can't change my APL.
I think they got rid of it, which is pretty good. I think APL manipulation needs to remain a thing. Night Lords, kind of the same deal. I need to know their role. I feel like Night Lords into... Night Lords versus... No. It was Jaegers, right? It was Jaegers versus Mandrakes, and then it was Night Lords versus... Or was it Night Lords versus... What were the Beta Decima releases? Scorpions versus Scouts. That was definitely first. Hang on. Ow. Holy shit. HC was BD as well. Beta Decima was just the ocean stuff. HC, what are you talking? HC. Thinking abbreviations, brain exploding. Higher Tech was Into the Dark. Oh, no, it was. Okay, so it was... Nightmare was Mandrakes versus Nemesis. These are my partner release. I actually don't know how I beat these guys. They have as much adaptability as the Legionary. Foreboding. Whenever it's your turn, active friendly operative, you can spend one of your prescience points to skip that act. Uh-oh. In the ready step of each strategy phase, you gain D3 prescience points. Prescience. At the end of each turning point, discard your prescience points. You can spend points in the firefight phase as follows. Foreboding. Psychic. Whenever it's your turn to activate. So you can skip activations to force me to activate more. Okay. That's big brain. But it might work, it might not. Whenever an attack dice inflicts normal damage on this operative, you can spend the point to ignore. Oh, no. Oh, no. The end of each turn to discard. You can spend points in the firefight phase. So it's mostly for the Visionary. Is the Visionary... The Visionary's the leader. Oh, no. He has a better version of my damage negation. Although my damage negation, I think... It works for crit, too. Attack dice would inflict damage. Yeah, mine works on crit. His just works on normal. Fearmonger. Terror Chem, Blast 2, Dev 3, Limited 1. Terror Chem, whenever an operative that has one of your Terror Chem is activated. So this is just a long-term poison effect. Critical success is operative. He has a Terror Chem melee. So if it doesn't already have one. So you give it a token, and then the token does this. Something I need to think about. What's up, Kobold? Poison objective. Select one objective marker this operative controls to gain one of your terror. It cannot be an objective marker within control range of an enemy operative, or one that has already had. The first time an objective marker is within control range of an enemy operative that doesn't have one of your Terror Chem tokens, that operative gains the Terror Chem token, then inflicts 2d3 damage on it if it's during an action at the end of that action. Perform this action while within control. Jesus Christ. Look at you dropping friggin' dad jokes. Just chucking them out there. I don't know how I handle this. It's like I have to basically give up one objective to just let them do whatever. turn 1, if this person doesn't run either to their standard expansion or mid to do this in a way that's conceptually safe, I don't know. The first time that objective marker is within control range of an enemy rapid that doesn't have. So it's only a single. It's not like everyone that shows up after the fact. So I might have to have a sacrificey dude for that type of thing. Basics here, completely understandable. Person I'm playing against might go plasma, because technically it's good damage overall for the attack types. Piercing won't matter against me, but still all they need to do is get 2 hits through and I'm dead. They might bring a heavy, maybe not. The map we're looking at, it might not be worth bringing a heavy. Screecher, really good melee. Then 3 inches operative is shooting fighting. Your opponent cannot reroll. I do have access to some reroll functions, so that kind of sucks. Appetite for cruelty. Whenever this operative is fighting against a wounded enemy operative, operative's lightning claws have the lethal 4. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know, man. This... I know a lot of people point out that Night Lords aren't that great compared to their other elite brethren. Like, Angels of Death tend to outperform them. Thousand Suns tend to outperform them. Legionary tend to outperform them. But, like, I don't know why. All their abilities seem so good. This is pretty good baseline. Like, a lot of their weapons are 4 as a flat damage. I'm an 8 health army. This is horrifying to me. If it was 3, I'd be a little more okay with it, even with a good crit stat. But if it was like 3, I'd be like, alright, once in a while I'm going to get 2 hits on you. Once per turning point, when this operative incapacitates an enemy operative within its control range, you can select one other enemy operative within 6. Till the start of the next turning point, that other enemy operative. So this is kind of like the Shreve Talon. Although I do like this. Just can't control or pick up. That's insane. Tyrant of the Skinning Pits. Whenever this operative is fighting or retaliating, normal crit damage of 3 or more inflicts... Oh, geez. Normal and crit. So everything I do into this guy in melee, it's just going to be 1 less, and I have to consider that. Like, my average melee is 4, but my health is way lower. So I just have to assume in melee with him, I have to get him down to 3 to 1-tap him without repercussions. That's not an easy task. Because I got to get through 11 health until that point. Which means I need probably like 2 good turns of shooting. This is going to be brutal. I have to, at this point, put my warriors forward and hope, right? Like that these guys are going to charge in. And then just give up my warriors. Hopefully have them within within shadow range. That way my warriors are doing 6 damage for crits on a lethal 5. So potentially getting 5 damage onto one of these guys before it goes down. Depending on how it looks, too, I could spend a command point and double strike. Because you get first strike with that as well. Because then you could easily put like 6 down to 5 and then 4 down to 3. So 8. It's still just not a good number for a loss of a 2 APL unit. All these psychic attacks, man. Whenever determining control of an objective marker. Yep, standard. 1 enemy. Operative within 6. Don't need to be visible. Until the next activation. Oh, dear God. Oh, no. Oh no. Change its order. Oh no. I need to be super careful about where that guy is. Perform a free dash action with it. Yeah. That thing is going to be most likely in middle. They're going to most likely send that to middle. That's a 6-inch range that can just ruin my people. Like, how is this team not performing well? This is insane. This alone is insane. Doesn't need to be visible. You could put this guy here. And anyone that comes over here is like, dash into the open. Get shot. Like, any of it. Oh my god, that's so wild. Whenever this operative is shooting, fighting, or tallying against injured, or an enemy operative is 7 or less, this operative's weapons have lethal 5. Jesus. Even their warriors are just like really stupidly good. I like my +1 to crit damage, but if you were giving me lethal 5 against wounded targets, with weapons that were like decent that didn't have lethal attached to them. I'm genuinely worried about this. There's one person playing Night Lords. Supposedly. There's 2 Plague Marines. That's going to be a rough matchup. 100%. I'm going to understand it a little better because I play Plague Marines. So, like, I know their ins and outs. I'm probably going to need a refresh, though, on a couple things here. Specifically, I know how poison works. I know how disgustingly resilient works. I'm trying to remember these. This is within 3 for plagued. So yeah. This slows me down and makes me worse if I have a poison token within 3 or if I'm just within 3 of the icon. Okay, so best damage output into anything that I have. Best ranged, specifically damage output that I would have is marking a target with the Abyssal Wreath and Balefire and then shooting it with this. So it would be 5 attacks, hitting on 3s, 4/5 because of how Balefire works. Saturate, lethal 5, and you'd have to roll your APL in reverse as opposed to your armor save. That is the best ranged this team has. 100%. Utility ranged is down here. Like, this is really good utility ranged because it does come with Dev 2. But still, that's only at most 4 damage. 2 up to hit, though. Seek Light. Because it's Soul Strike, this becomes a 3/3 with Saturate and Seek Light. So in tandem, the Dirge Maw can be almost as good as the Abyssal. Just in general. No, yeah, that's the thing. I'm going to need like a turn or two. Depending on how many elites get put forward as sacrificial lambs, I need a turn or two to chip them down. I have play, okay? This is a key thing here. I have play. Because it's, once I get set up in a good way, even turn 1, if you give me sight on something, I can do it. Because of, where is it? There's a couple things. In my own shooting phase, use this firefight ploy at the end of any operative's activation. Select one friendly Mandrake operative that has an engage order and was within shadow. Change that order to conceal. So my guy can appear, mark you, shoot you, go back into conceal. Huge thing for him. Huge. Still, it's a command point, but it's still huge. This is to get health back when I kill something. This one's a weird one, though. operative shooting. Oh no, this is a different one. Soul Feast. Friendly Mandrake operative is shooting against fighting. Oh no, yeah, this is the health steal though. It's within 6 inches. If I resolve, that friendly operative regains a number of lost wounds equal to the enemy operative's APL. So against an elite, starts with 3, multiplied by the number of attacks it took to kill it. So if it takes 2 attacks to finish off an elite from either close range or far range, that's 6 health back to me. You pay for it once you get the kill. And then you're like, yay. It's a lot of health. Nowhere to hide. This is a good one. This is one of my bigger traps. Is I can put like a really good melee in a corner or in a spot that you can't easily see. And then when I activate, he can performs actions that based on move, so charge is part of it. I can move through parts of terrain as though they weren't there. So that's how you ghost. You can't do this as far as I can tell in Gallowdark. We're not playing in Gallowdark, but you can't do this in Gallowdark because Gallowdark says you can't measure through walls. Specifically, it says you cannot measure through walls. So even if you're moving, you're not really allowed to measure through the wall to see the distance. The only unit in the game that had anything about being able to pass through walls in Gallowdark was the Shade Runner. Use this firefight ploy when an enemy operative performs the fight action during an activation. And this is my big defensive, is if they charge me and I'm next to heavy terrain or in vantage, or under vantage rather, I can do a first attack. This is like a big one. I don't know if Canoptic can go through the walls in Gallo. Because in order to measure through the wall, you have to measure through the wall. It says you're not allowed to measure. Well, I have them here. Hang on. Where are you, Canoptic? So what you're talking about... Which one? You're not talking about the Matrix? So you're not talking about... Are you talking about Time Splinter? Within 5 inches of this operative. Remove from the kill zone, set it back up visible to and within 5 inches horizontally of this operative. So A, you have to be visible. Oh, the new Oh, I don't know them. I've been wanting to look at the new teams. What are they called? I would have looked at these new teams if they were coming. I feel like whoever just got added to the list probably is running like Ravagers or something, and I'm not gonna be so annoyed. I'm not gonna know. Oh, dude, what if they run Sanctifiers? I know Sanctifiers are crazy, and I've seen a lot of the combos, but like I'm not fresh on them. Canoptic Circle, Higher Tech, Canoptic. So is this? What is this? Is this one of their ploys? Node Matrix. Markers control. Treat your obsolete node markers as friendly operatives. Marker. Obsolete node markers within 6 inches. Create an obsolete node matrix above. If all. Oh, so they got. This is like uninspired. This is almost the exact same thing as... Oh no, hang on. It creates a... Oh, okay. So this is just a buff. So it feels kind of like the Ravagers, but it's like a buff situation. So you're saying this is Geomancer, Molecular Breach. Optic Reanimator. More Shrimp. Everyone loves Shrimp. Molecular Breach. Select one friendly Canoptic Circle operative visible to within 6 inch. You can select one friendly Canoptic Circle operative visible to this operative and within your obsolete node matrix. The next time the selected operative performs an action in which it moves, don't move it. Instead, remove it from the kill zone, set it back up wholly within a distance equal to its move stat, or 3 inches if it was a dash, horizontally of its original location. In a kill zone that uses close quarters rules, example kill zone Tomb World, the distance can be measured over and through wall terrain. And the operative can be set up on the other side. Okay, yeah. So they did add another. Because Corsairs, it's the same thing. It says specifically it goes through wall. Because that's the sequence. The walls say you cannot, but then if you have a rule that says you can, it just overrides it. So, like, I can technically, because I'm not measuring distances, my shadow can go through walls. The shadow can. Which is super nice. What are we looking at? So yeah, I can slither. I can soul feast, which is the heal. I can do this, but this doesn't say specifically walls, but we're not playing in close quarters, so I can just go through them. Uses firefight ploy when an enemy operative performs fight. This is the strike first. That's going to be important. We know equipment. These I need to really get down. Now, when I'm thinking of ploys, when it comes to competitive play, I try to like box them into like support, attack, defense. So at the very least, I know when I'm trying to think in the moment of what I want to do, I can be like, oh, I have a defense. What was the defense? And then hopefully it like, you know, comes to me. So you get things like Creeping Horror. After this, I love this one, but I think this one might be huge for me. I haven't used it properly, but I think this one might be huge for me in most games. After each enemy operative's activation, I can't do this turn 1, I think. I can do this turn 2 and beyond. Before the next operative is activated. So they go. Before I pick who I'm going to have go, I pick a friendly Mandrake to dash. So long as that operative has the conceal order and starts and ends within shadow. I can't select each friendly operative for this ploy more than once. In theory, let me double check the wording. Before the next operative is activated. After each enemy operative's activation. Before the next operative is activated, which would normally be mine, unless there's some discrepancy, you can perform a free dash action with one friendly Mandrake operative that has a conceal order. You can, yeah. So I could dash with the operative I'm about to activate, then activate and do all the stuff. So I can technically turn 1 sit further back than you would expect. And if I know, like, all right, he moved up into a position where I want to run in and do something, I would then dash the one I want to move with into the position where he would have been in threat of enemies and then do what I need to do. So there's a way to play pretty safe early with this team utilizing this function. Whenever an operative is shooting, so I would consider this what I would consider support. Probably under like mobility, like a mobility support. Whenever an enemy operative is shooting a friendly Mandrake that is within shadow, you can retain one of your defense dice as though it's a normal success without rolling it. This gets added to cover saves. This is a defense in my head. We're going to try to figure that out in a second. So this is in the phases where I think I'm going to get shot at a lot, because as long as I'm in cover, I'll have 2 cover saves, basically. Like 2 guaranteed normals on a 4-up because I have to be within shadow. So I'd have 1 dice to roll on a 4-up. You cannot hit me with any pen. So, like, I'm just counter to pen. Uh-oh. So this is good if I know I'm going to get shot up. I don't want to put myself in a situation where I have to use this, though. I'm basically just going to be sacrificing a guy. Like, in theory, I guess this could be part of the go turn where I'm like, I have to run in an assault. And if I know there's enough cover that my enemy has put out for me to utilize to get into to fight people so that I'm in cover in the aftermath, maybe? It's just, this is huge because if it's a bunch of light terrain, I don't want to use this unless I can put my shadow token over where I'm going to. It's more pertinent for me to move my smoke token there and then charge in. That way I can fight someone and then be in obscuring after the fact. Blade in the Dark. This is probably the biggest one you need to think about, as long as you, I want to say, starts or ends. This is big. Starts or ends a charge action within Shadow. I do not need to change from Conceal to Engage. I can just charge. This is a charge from Stealth ability. It's huge. Whenever a friendly Mandrake operative is within shooting, fighting, or retaliating, this is my free reroll if I'm doing something while within Shadow. This is probably going to be used in turn 2. We're most likely going to think of it as the shooting round. I should have most of my characters in Shadow for that round, at which point I'm getting free rerolls. Basically, I'm going to be going engaged, shooting, and then hopefully dropping back out of sight. And then you just get free rerolls, which is nice. It's nice. We know we're going Shadow Glyph. We know we're going Stun Grenade for the most part. And then we have 2 open slots. So I could either take Terrain. I still think that I do think combining Shadow Glyph with the deployable barricade is hilarious to me. The person just moves 5 inches. It would be like a warrior or something. I don't know what else it would be. So they just move up with the deployable barricade. They hug a heavy wall so that they're considered within shadow. They're constantly using the shadow glyph to not be targeted based on vantage or seek. And then when it's their go phase, they go from conceal to engage, and you have to deal with a character that has a 3-up invulnerable save. Just sitting behind a little deployable piece of wall. Good luck. That's hilarious to me. Team-wise, though, and again, Aquilans. Hang on. Ta-da! Aquilans feel big brain. Hopefully whatever you're about to take them into works for how their abilities and functions. They do feel very big brain. Like needing to know who to pull down, needing to know like which sides you should reinforce, needing to know how to play the shell game of your deep strike tokens. That's so big brain to me. Like, I personally wouldn't really be able to do it. I always feel like I would play the wrong position for my Melta-Gunner into any elite. I'd just put my Melta-Gunner down too far and then just lose him and be like, oh, there goes like 90% of my strategy. Oh well. But yeah, these guys are... Also, most of this is about some basic stuff. Basic adjustments. Talking about the Shadow Passage needing to start within Shadow. Why the haunting focus and stuff can't be used alongside the harrowing whisper, and then just some simple Q&A, specifically talking about how you don't like lose APL and stuff. But they are infiltrate, recon. It hopefully does. Every time I've tried to use Ublex, I've always not rolled on it. Ugh. Because it's anytime a damage dice occurs, right? So the trick with it is, from what I understand, in shooting, all the dice go through at the same time. Whenever its Ublex is active and an attack dice would inflict damage on this operative, you can roll 1d6. On a 5-up, ignore the damage, and the Ublex is no longer active. To my understanding, if someone were to, like, let's say crit and hit me, I can, from what I know of this, try to block the crit first, and if it doesn't work, try to block the normal? So operative is incapacitated to an enemy. Its Ublex become, whenever its Ublex is active and an attack dice would inflict damage, you can roll 1d6. On a 5+, ignore the damage inflicted from that attack dice. At least that's how my brain perceives this. Let me check the rulebook. I know in fighting it would be like per interaction until all of a sudden I use it. But in the shooting phase, all successful unblocked attack dice inflict damage on the target. A normal inflicts normal, crit inflicts crit. Any operative incapacitated are removed at the end. So, I know you can choose to use it or not. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't. Unless it's like you're getting hit with like 2/2 attacks and there's a guy that hasn't gone yet who's got like a 5/6. At which point you're like, I'm going to hold it for the 5/6. Hopefully this works out. But yeah, you'd go like, all right, for the crit, you roll, for the hit, and you go until it's gone. Which, yeah, it's good. I think the first 2 times I've played, the first time I played with the Mandrake Night Fiend, I flung him upfield to try to stop half the team from going in sequence because I thought it was funny. Did not work out that way. And the second time I played, I think he was just like ineffective. Like he stayed around for like 3 turns. I think he killed 1 guy in melee. And then, like, got attacked. The Ublex never went off, and he got hit for 9 damage. And I was like, oh, all right. Just picked him up. Like, it just didn't work. But yeah. We're doing loot. So loot's the action point spent on the objective marker starting turn 2. 2 VP per turning point. So as long as I hold 2 of them and can loot before the opponent can, that's great. Outside of that, though, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm trying to find. I could have swore. Hang on. I could have swore they sent me. Yeah, they did, didn't they? Infill. Kia. Start to set up operatives before equipment is set up. When revealed, your opponent places one of your item mission markers. See at center. 2 territory. Place 1 more than 6. Each of your item mission markers that both the pickup marker action has been performed on and a friendly operative controls. You score 2 VP. If I pass through shadows, I drop stuff? I don't think I do, right? I mean, I'm not going to take that. That's a lot of action points spent, and then a lot of units that I have to, like, run to safety. Action, be in control, shoot. I don't drop anything, but it still sucks, so I probably won't do it. Yeah, like, they just throw them in the open. I can't go get them. Sucks. It is what it is. Plant beacons. Place one of your beacon mission markers within active operatives. Control range. More than 4 inches from your drop zone. More than 6 from other beacons. With no part of it underneath this. I could tinker with this. Like we said, my ability means I can kind of appear under the edge of the vantage. And then just drop it slightly out. So that's a thing. More than 6 inches from other beacon mission markers with no part of it underneath vantage. An operative cannot perform this action during the first turning point while within control range of an enemy operative or during an activation in which it was set up. Ooh. Ooh. I don't think I can do it. I'd have to teleport turn 1 and then hopefully not get, like, shellacked. Yeah, when you set it back up. So you're setting it up. Yeah. Remove it, set it back up. So on average, with how bad this terrain is, 100%, because this looks like a 2-floor, one of them, he's going to put something up here. If they don't put something up here, they did something stupid. If they don't put anything up there, I'm good. What's up, level 7? So, yeah, it's kind of a risky pick, because if they leave a person up here assuming they're going to hold this spot with like a sniper, then I have issues. Because I have to appear below once all his stuff leaves. Hopefully none of it turns around and kills me. And then I have to, like, plant below in a way where their ranged guy who's back here doesn't drop down and kill me or shoot me or something. Honestly, it is a little rough of a choice. I have to think, though, in terms of this. So it is halfway marker. So halfway. This is their deployment zone on either side. So I could appear up here. Honestly, my big big brain play is to turn 1, have my warrior bomb. Let me do this. Oh, I wish my little stream deck was working right now with this. I hate that every time it updates, there's like a 50-50 chance it won't work. Yeah. So the plan, we'll just use this as reference. Is to turn 1 have, let's say, let me do it close. Let me just show you close. You have this guy and a small handful of warriors. They start on a wall near him. Because of how the setups are, and it's kind of like one of these pockets, they'll all be like under, right? Out of sight, just under. So step 1 here is to drop this shadow portal like there. It needs to be within an inch. Like you have to, the last time I did this, you have to really hardcore pre-measure a lot of stuff. Like he'd have to be there so the token can go there. So it's within an inch of that guy, and this guy. Which means you bring him in up here. You drop the other token. Like I'd probably put him like here. There's more space on the other terrain. But you drop the token there, then you dash. So that for the rest of the turn, you're basically popping up, dashing. Popping up, dashing. And that's kind of the attempt, I guess. Is to have, if I'm over here, to have that piece, like just down here, just in a spot where it doesn't really matter. And then turn 1, he does that here. He pops up, throws a portal down somewhere here, dashes in, and then does it with everyone else. So that I just have a full team. Depending on if my opponent has Seek Light, I'd have a full team of warriors and stuff up here ready to threaten this. Because if you're going to pop in and try to loot that, I mean, I don't even need to charge you at that point. I can just start shooting you with, like... The crazy part about that portal... Oh, let me think. I can't have attack. Perform the shoot action until the start of the next turning point. When you set it back up, it cannot. Instead, remove it from the kill zone. Set up within shadow in a location it can be placed. Once per turning point, one friendly Mandrake operative within shadow can use shadow passage when it performs reposition. If it does, do not move it. Instead, shadow. Be within control range of an enemy operative. Be a valid target. Perform the shoot or fight action until the start of the next turning point. I'm trying to remember if I can shoot and portal. Because you know how some units have like +1 to their hit rating if they shoot, if they haven't moved before shooting? It allows them to shoot and then move. Shooting with its horrifying screen. I don't think that's the case. Faction Shadow Glyph. It would be in the FAQs, and they probably don't talk about it in the FAQs. That's within Shadow. Once per turning point, one friendly Mandrake operative who's within Shadow can use Shadow Passage when it performs the reposition action. If it does, don't move it. Instead, remove it from the kill zone, set it back up within Shadow in a location it can be placed. When set back up, so after it has been picked up and then set back up, it cannot be within control range of an enemy operative. Cool. It cannot be a valid target for an enemy operative. Cool. And then it cannot perform the shoot or fight action until the start of the next turning point. This is the word salad. This is the word salad right here. This prevents you from shooting or fighting after teleporting, not before, right? And you don't need to be in conceal. And where you end up, you cannot be a valid. So yeah, That cluster moves from here with the portal here to here. If anything comes around this corner, engage, shoot, with the portal nearby, appear back over here. And then I still would have 2 to 3 warriors. Well, that's the thing. This is a wall. This is a wall you cannot see through. Therefore, I cannot be a valid target. You cannot be a valid target where you arrive. When it's set back up. So if you're not a valid target where you go back to, and the portal is here and here, every single unit on this vantage can use this ability because you can multi-use the portal to just be like, oh, a new person, engage, shoot, vanish. Because then you just appear back here. You shouldn't be a valid target. Yeah, I'm thinking that's the play. Take advantage of it, regardless of which side I set up on, because this is light cover. I need to basically verify with my opponent that they don't have Seek Light. If they don't have Seek Light, which there's going to be 2 Plague Marines, which they should. I'm pretty sure Plague Marines have it. Maybe. Severe, saturate. Oh no, maybe not. Plague Marines don't have it. So without Seek Light, I don't have to necessarily worry turn 1, because if they're all back here, this is much longer than the 7 inches for a charge or an 8 inches for a move. Because like this, from here to open the door is an AP, which means you're already down an AP. You're not going to be moving, dashing, and shooting if you open this door. At least that's the rule. The rule they said is that the door, there's going to be a door on each side. One there, one there, one there, one there. Same thing, just universal. According to them, they're running it not like Vulcus. They're running it more like ITD, where you have to pay a command point to put the door into an open state. In my head, it's still stupid. That should not be how it is, because now you're going to have to track each and every door for an AP, because they don't physically open. I'm just going to have to mark it with like a little icon and be like, that's closed. This is open. And then, yeah, pass through. Which should just be accessible like Vulcus. Then you just minus an inch and you're fine. Although having 2 doors on each of these is kind of crazy for that. But yeah, you have that bomb that can just vanish after shooting. It's pretty good. The real trick with it is the first person to appear like that, the main guy, the one with the arm shield, he's the first one to go, where he can see, he just activates, shoots. And then repositions so that he can actually, instead of having the portal like here, he could be like, all right, I'm going to move it over here now or something. I'm going to put it on this wall. Or up here or something on this floor. If the opponent's all on the bottom, I could even move it over here just to be obnoxious. So that's not bad. It's not bad. This, although I think it's probably best for this team, it does require a 1-turn setup. Once per turning point after the first, whenever one of your beacon mission markers is placed wholly within your territory, you score a VP. Once per turning point after the first, whenever one of your beacon mission markers is placed wholly within your opponent's territory, you score 1 VP. Plant mission marker, place 1 beacon mission marker. An operative cannot perform this action during first, while within control range of an enemy operative or during an activation in which it was set up. Within the active operative's control range, more than 4 from your drop zone. More than 6 from other beacons with no part under vantage. Whichever one of your beacons mission range, place wholly within your territory. So to be clear, I have to, by the end of the game... No, you can't. I can Shadow Passage after the plant. Because it's this. It's set up. It's the last part. You cannot do it in an activation in which you were set up. And there. And Shadow Passage specifically says you're set up. So it's not free necessarily. It's close to free, but it would require me to place someone the turn prior. And you have to do this 2 times per activation. So 2 of your AP on 9 people is basically used, which isn't the worst if you can start getting soul points. That's perfectly fine. And then it's more than 6 outside of 4 of drop zone, not underneath vantage. Which means I would have to sort of... And this is loot. The big issue in my head is that this is a loot mission. So turns 2 through 4, if we even make it to 4 where it's not like a complete shutout for someone, 2 action points are a thing, right? Like just 2 action points are a thing. They're gone. And then you're telling me another 2 are going to be gone as well. So from turns 2 through 4, I need 4 action points per. So yeah. So 12. So 12 of my action points from turn 3 through 4 are going to be in use. I'm definitely going to keep it in my head because I think against some of the elite armies, this is going to be okay. It might be okay. Let's see the other ones. Confirm kill. I love confirm kill until you realize how easy it is for someone to counter your confirm kill. Whenever an enemy operative is incapacitated before it's removed, you have to place a confirm kill mission marker within its control range. Now, you get to choose this. To be clear, you do get to choose this. So, what ends up happening... This is very weird. It's reversed. Hang on. Ugh. There we go. I have to say, that was weird. So if he's there and he gets a kill, you always have to make sure your opponent doesn't remove immediately. And there you go. Place one of your confirmed within its control range. Like, that's legit. You basically give yourself almost an inch less of position to be able to go get it before your character, like, needs to be anywhere. So that's perfectly fine for you to then be like, all right, I'm here, and maybe, I don't know. Like, that could help you out. Because then technically there's your marker, you're there, right? But the problem with this, I feel like, from what I heard at tournaments, a lot of people who had access to this would go this ability. They'd go this mission. And then everyone they played against realized, like, oh, all right, so last activation, you don't get to go anymore. I'm going to charge you, and then I'm just going to be there. Or I can kill you, or I just need to, you know, be there. And you don't get your point. And you can only score 2 a round. So if the first time you're able to score points on this, if I negate 1 or 2 of your points, goodbye to your full score. Worst case scenario in this moment, I go first next round. Like, you're not going to have a good time. I'm going to shoot you and then I'm going to go somewhere else. So yeah, it's not great. It's not great. So let's see what else we got. Confirmed kills probably not going to be good unless blooded. No. Who would be good? Who could be good for this? Honestly, no one. Plague Marines are going to play too close to each other. Nemesis is probably going to play too close to each other. Vespids could easily get into position to prevent me from scoring points. Like, no problem with their move. Hyrotech. I mean, that's just a bad situation. Running up to get a confirmed kill, and then the Hyrotech guy gets up and goes first. Congratulations. Blooded, that's enough bodies that they could easily prevent it turn 2. No problem. No problem they'll be able to prevent it turn 2. Legionary, they're going to play up. I don't think I do that on anyone. Honestly, I just don't think I do that on anyone. Surveillance, though. See, I kind of like this. Can only do this. Cannot perform this action turn 1. Cannot perform this action while it has an engage order, which I shouldn't. It must be wholly within your opponent's territory. I will. There must be an enemy operative that's a valid target. Potentially possible. Potentially possible. When do I pick this? That's a key thing. Set up battle, select operatives, gain command points. Each player secretly selects attack op. So each player secretly selects up to 4 equipment slots. Each option cannot be selected more than once. They then reveal. So I'm going to know what assistive terrain they have before this moment. What's cool is, check us out. Active operative is gathered surveillance. An operative cannot perform this action while it has an engage order. It must be wholly within opponent's territory to perform this action. Hopefully I am. And must be an enemy operative that's valid. An operative cannot perform this during the first turning point while it's within control range of an enemy operative. Nothing about if I set up. So easy enough to just... Even in the turn, like even if the chunk of warriors I put here to be obnoxious is like its own thing from turn 1, turn 2, the portal allows me to shadow passage back and forth between it regardless. But this does open me in turn 2 to have a random Mandrake go like, I'm going to shoot, or I'm going to do something anywhere else. And then portal up to here. Or like anywhere else where it can get valid line of sight. Like if I portal to this corner, because nothing's up here, and I can see, depending on how this terrain chunk is here, someone standing here, I could just surveil it. Ta-da, I got surveillance. And potentially I could do that at the end. I'm assuming I'm not going to get kills. I'm not going to table anyone this game with Mandrakes. I might... The whole thing about Mandrakes is I'm going to need to get a tempo advantage where I have way more people than necessary to finish the game out. But my opponent could like just out survive through to the end with like 1 or 2 units. So I'm going to assume I'm not going to get kill op. But all I have to do is to surveil for a VP. And then if the guy that surveyed didn't die, I think if a friendly operative that performed is in the kill zone and has a conceal order, 1 VP. I honestly think this is top pick, like you said. Surveillance way up. Implant. Implant is scary. Implant I don't like. I hate the idea of needing to leave people alive. I genuinely hate it. Especially for a team that needs to get soul points from kills. I absolutely hate this one. I love it if you have enough bodies on the field. I do really enjoy this if you've got the bodies for it. Like, I'll do this in Wormblade all day. But I think we avoid this. I thought they changed it, though. Yeah, shooting works with it now. So there is kind of potential with this, because like we said, we're going to try to chip. But I need maximum chip damage into the elites. I can't just be like, oh, yeah, let me sack 3 damage. Let me take 3 damage off the table so I can get a VP. Although, okay. Dude, if you can kill an enemy, it's so much better. So, okay. I do like the idea of leaving an enemy wounded, Dinblade. I do. Because I've never seen anger in people more than leaving them... Like, if you could get 3 or 4 injured elites by turn 2... Like, you don't have to finish them. It's below half, right? Like, injury is below half. What was injury? Stats. I've been playing too much 40k. It's taken over my brain. Speaking of which, I'm gonna show you guys my my list for the narrative thing I'm doing tomorrow. Health. After stats, blah blah blah. No, yeah, the new ones. We're doing the old ones with this tourney. He didn't want to change to the new ones because by the time he decided on the rules, the new ones hadn't been announced yet. It's below half, right? So if they're 14, it's like 6. And if you can pull them to 6, like that's where the real joy comes into play. I keep forgetting they don't put the glossary at the back. They put it like 4 pages before the back. So stupid. 47. Just want to make sure the terminology is right. Injured. When an operative has fewer than its starting wounds, it's wounded. Well, it is fewer than half. Yep, so below half. So if you can get a bunch of elites to 6 in turn 2... You're dealing with a bunch of elites who are moving at -2. They might have a command point to prevent it. Most of them do. But, like, I could see it Just like power shooting, because 14, so it still doesn't work. I still don't like it. Because average shooting is 3-4. 4 attacks. This is the only guy that gets the really good stuff. I have to do it within 6 inches, which already puts me at a disadvantage, unless we're trying to play the trick of being able to, within shadow, vanish and reappear somewhere else. Because let me double check it, because now my brain's like, is that how this works? Once per turning point, 1 friendly Mandrake operative within shadow. All that it takes for them to be within shadow is to be near that portal at that point. That's already up and running. Can use a shadow passage when it performs a reposition. Doesn't move instead. You cannot be within control. Cannot be a valid. When you're placed back. You cannot be. Yeah, 100%. It's within shadow if it's within an inch of heavy, which if it's at the edge, it won't be. Any part of it's underneath vantage. If it's on the second floor, it won't be. But there should be a shadow portal marker within its control range if I position it well. That's kind of the trick. I have to 100% position the baseline portal all these guys are going to be near well, allowing them to then activate, shoot, and then shadow passage back through the hole. Because the shadow passage that is the hole, one of those operative control range removed, and one of its control range after it sets up. Each friendly Mandrake operative can use the shadow passage each turning point. This takes precedence over one operative once per turning point. If one of your shadow portal markers is within that operative's control range, it's removed. The other is then set up. Note that friendly operatives can do so even this operative has been incapacitated. Doing so doesn't prevent one operative from using shadow passage in normal manner. Yeah. So I can use the shadow passage as much as I want, and one person after the fact can still shadow passage. It's when he shadow passages that the portals appear, so he's still like the minus. Whenever this operative, so he's using shadow passage, that sets up the portals. And then if anyone else uses shadow passages after the fact, near the portals, it doesn't count towards the 1. So at any point in time in the following turns, I could ostensibly do the whole warrior churn where I'm shooting down from vantage and going through the portal. And then at some point, a random dude over here can go, oh, I'm going to portal over here. Like, it can just do its own portal if it wants. In theory, the portal does make them within shadow. It is, but it also works off of stun grenades, which is why I like it. Like against low armor teams, like the IG and stuff. Yeah, I mean, normally they're like, what, 5s on average? Some of them are 4, though. So it's still not great because 2 APL with a 4+ save. The 2 APL is still a problem. It's, what is it? It's a 3 APL, 4 up save. That's like the balance of it. Or a 5 up save, 2 APL. It's the exact same thing. It's when it's like a 6 up save and you have 2 APL. That's great. But then you have such stun grenades and it's like, it's whatever. So, interestingly, as far as I know, we don't have any Raveners coming to this mission. I think Felgor? Are Felgor bad on that? No, Felgor kind of okay. They're the equivalents. What about Wormblade, the basics? About the same. 3 APL, 5 up save. Yeah. Technically better if you go APL on them. Which brings to question. Some weapons team have soul strikes. Successful defense dice are determined differently. Each result is the equivalent APL stat. Success, each result is higher than the target's APL stat. Is a fail, discarded. Result of 1 is always a critical success. Yeah, so you can't choose to not use that. You're just stuck using soul strike. So you kind of have to stun grenade into Raveners, or at least open with, like, where is he? This guy. To drop a stun on someone. Well, no, it's really good into the kin, yeah, because the kin go from 3, 4, 5, 6 to 1 or 2. So yeah, they go from a 2/3 to a 1/3, which absolutely sucks for them. Space Marines, it's a slight nerf for them. Only slight, though. Which is why dropping a stun bomb on them on top of it is really nice. No kin, though. Again, what we are playing against. Which, you say kin, Hyrotech. There is going to be one Hyrotech player. So a 3-up save, 2 APL. Same thing. I'm going to be able to shred some Hyrotech with this ability. And if the person I'm playing against doesn't recognize that maybe the Tesla guns, like the antimatter ones, the ones that are Pierce, won't really help against me, we'll see what happens. I'm wondering what kind of leader they're going to take if they have access to all 3. There's a couple that should be really good. I know recently Hyrotech's been experiencing some really good wins with the healer. Like, the healer just makes it impossible to kill anything. And then you just, like, hold ground and kill everything. Over the course of 3 turns, you just meat grinder people into the dirt. For the longest time, everyone's like, nah, you gotta get the teleport. And there's a guy who he plays heal, and he just plays the most boring game possible. And yet he wins. I remember when the game came out, when the new edition came out, and I was looking through the rules, and everyone was like, elites are busted, elites. And I looked at it and I went, yeah, Warp Coven's strong. Hyrotech's pretty crazy. I was just looking at the Hyrotech rules like, this is scary what they can do. And then everyone was screaming elites. All the tournaments were like, Warp Coven's winning, Warp Coven's winning, Warp Coven's winning. Then the first data slate hit and was like, take that, Warp Coven. And everyone's like, oh, cool, they're bringing the Warp Coven back down. But then there was like a whole page on the Hyrotech. It's like the whole page of just like, nope, they can't do that anymore. We're taking away this. I was like, they knew. They knew Hyrotech was good. So, still though, implant, I don't think. I don't think we'd try implant. Although, So I want to assume I'm not going to try to do the 6-inch range implants into elites. That's a dumb idea. The person would have to get to a certain distance of me. That's kind of stupid. So the only matchups I can think of, because again, let me just list it. 2 Plague Marines. Thinking no. Me, I'm the only Mandrake. Nemesis Claw. Thinking no, because we were looking at Mandrakes, and a lot of the Mandrake abilities is like, hey, are you near me? I'm going to make you do some stuff you don't want to do. Vespids. I feel like Vespids are going to be a trade team against me. It's going to be hard to position in a way where I don't get retaliated on immediately. I have to be very peculiar about my positioning and locations. Because doing the thing where I activate the, hey, I can go through the floor and walls like they're not there, that's going to be the biggest thing into Vespid, to try to catch them off base. To just be like, haha, I'm here. And then you're just, that's it. Like, you can just kill them. You can even activate the thing where you can charge without leaving conceal if you're within shadow at the end of it. It's just so good. Vespids, probably an easy matchup for me, but still, if I miss position, they could easily take advantage. Hyrotech, I think, might be, if the person doesn't know how to use their leader to the best possible advantage, that is my matchup right there. Hyrotech Circle, 3+, 2 APL. But that's the thing. So if the Vespid know that it's their melee round and they activate Venom Talons, I'm in trouble. Like, it's not incredible, but I am in trouble. The thing is, though, their flight only works for reposition, not charge. So they have to be pretty well positioned to be able to charge as though it's a normal maneuver. So, like, it's something. It's gonna make it hard for me to be like, I'm gonna position here with all my people. Because I think, like, let's say I'm trying to do the teleport here trick, right? I move my one guy here. One of his guys here goes engaged, goes here, shoots him. And then that's the end of my action, right? like that's the end of my sequence, because I'm pretty sure here to here is their move. What was the Vespid ability, too? There was one Vespid ability that I think gives them the same thing as Vantage. It's a firefight ploy. Shoot during action, can fly until the end of the action. It gains all benefits from the first and second main features of Vantage terrain. When determining the height difference between operatives for Vantage terrain rules, treat the friendly operative as being 3 inches higher than it is currently, but not when determining distance for communion. So, yeah. So these floors are usually 3. So when he's going to shoot, like, this kind of a thing here is cool against people who have to be down here. But if he has, like, a guy who's, like, here, he could just move a guy here or something and then use that ability. And he's on level with me at that point and can just shoot me. But the thing with the other thing being I can't implant on defense. But with Mandrakes, you should be the one attacking. You should, because you have the ability to go through walls. You have the ability to really pick and choose based off of your 7-inch move, which becomes a 10-inch charge, that you're the one charging. Not only that, but we were talking about it earlier, tying that into turn 2, actually utilizing Creeping Horror by being further out of range than anyone can deal with, and then as you go into your activations, when your opponent goes, you're like, cool. Then you pick the guy you want to activate to then dash, as long as he starts and ends in within shadow, and then activate them to go through their normal activation. So every single one of your units can be 3 inches, technically, depending on map and position, further away than what you would want to then be like, and now I'm up. In theory, this, along with the ability to go through walls, the ability to charge and conceal as long as you begin or end within shadow, gives you 13 inches of a threat range, depending on where your location is, for a charge. Nothing should counteract, or no, not 13, 12. Right? 7, 8, 9, yeah, 12. This gives you a 12-inch threat range. You should be the one choosing when to fight. Now, granted, you want to implant once per turn. So, a little bit of a struggle bus there. Still, implant bottom of the barrel for me. It's definitely down there. Top pick, as we've said, surveillance. Because getting set up means you can still surveil, which is awesome. Wiretap. Implant comes from teams where you look at the list and you're like, oh, I've got 12 units to play with. That's where implant comes into play. Because if you implant one guy and then you gunk up the gears for that one guy to not be able to do anything for a while, you're good. You're completely fine. In theory, if I do implant and my opponent has a sniper, and I'm going to keep doing this, we're going to keep tangenting. If that person has all of his units leave back here and his sniper's up here, and I from shadow over here to underneath them in turn 1, turn 2, I can go through the walls, charge while in conceal, appear next to him, fight and implant him, and then just stay there. And then he can choose to swing back at me, might do some damage. I'm going to guarantee you I'm going to parry with everything I've got. I'm just going to parry. I'm going to parry all of it. And then hopefully in the following turn, I'm just going to leave. And then he's going to have an injured sniper with an implant just chilling back here. Like, because then what? So you would fall back, go back across and down. Like, just leave him in a way where he just can't do anything. And he's just there. He's just giving you points every round. And then after that point, it's about implanting and then killing. Because all you need is one person left on the board with an implant to get you the point every round. The ideal situation would be to have a couple 3 APL guys who in turn 3 could then shoot with an implant, charge, and then fight. But that's massive big brain positioning. That's positioning beyond my control, in my opinion. There's nothing I can do about that. Wiretap. Last on the docket. I've always had an issue with Wiretap's wording, but maybe we can think tank this to actually work. Place one of your Wiretap mission markers within the active operative's control range. In the ready step of the next strategy phase, remove that marker. An operative cannot perform this action during the first turning point while within control range of an enemy operative during an activation in which it was set up, or if a friendly operative has already performed this action during the turning point. Once per turning point after the first, whenever an enemy operative starts or ends an activation within 2 inches of your Wiretap mission markers, you score 1 VP. At the end of each turning point after the first, if any enemy operatives with an engage order are within 2 inches of any of your Wiretap mission markers, this is bait 101. This is bait 101, and I would need to make sure my opponent can't charge in conceal. The entire purpose of this is kind of crappy. I don't think we do this. Well, the whole point of it right? The whole point of it is kind of the same thing here, right? So you move up to a position you need to hold that's in a bad spot. You know that this is a warrior you want to trade. Maybe he's about to get some damage. You move up, you drop a Wiretap. You drop a Wiretap after pre-measuring where your opponent is to go, if you want to charge this guy, you have to end right here. And then you know 100% if this guy charges, he has to be in engage and he can't swap to conceal. What is the new one? Let me pull that deck out. So you have to do it like right away. And the thing is, you can't have other options. You can't give them other options to charge. You can only do it with that. Like, you're just like, that. You have that to do. That is your one thing you can do now. And the crazy part is, like, the person who you're like, all right, you can charge me and fight me. If it's an elite, they could like they could not charge. They could go move, dash, and then shoot you. And just be not in wiretap range. I think this is more for doors in the Gallow Dark. Because if you can only do stuff in the door in the Gallow Dark, you just wiretap through the door. And then the person has to go to the door if they want to try something. Let me take a look at the new wiretap, though. Recon flank, retrieval, scout. Track. What's the new one? Is it track? Plant? Plant devices seems weird. So you have to control the objective to plant the device. If your opponent's objective marker has one of your device tokens, score VP. I'm guessing that just means the opponent's side of the field, not one that an opponent controls. Or maybe it does? But then for each other objective marker, enemy operatives contest that has one of your devices, score VP. Such a weird wording. So yeah, I think we have someone in conceal stare at someone that's a valid target menacingly. I think that's the play. And I think that person ends up being one of our warriors. Because we're going to have 4 warriors on field, I think. Because it's 8 of the units, 4 are elite. And then 4 warriors on top of it. So 3 warriors travel with the portal opener. 1 warrior exists as a obnoxious warrior, allowing him to turn to teleport mostly wherever the hell he wants, as long as he can have a valid target. And then staring at that target. Because there's not a max range to it. Yeah. Yeah. Cannot perform this action. There's no max range. Just need a valid target. This was something I was talking to a person I was playing against occasionally at the store that I go to for 40k stuff, usually. Like Big Hammer. He played Commandos, and I got him to do that with the Grot. And if you can do it with the Grot easily and then survive with the Grot, it's great. But you have to kind of like keep doing it, which is a little obnoxious. put these cards away. There we go. Gotta get them wrapped soon. Put them in a different bin. So yeah. Surveillance, top of the pops. Things we need to think about. These guys don't really have a lot of seek function. Equipment wise. I'm not gonna lie, part of me did want to bring the which one was it? Yeah, so some abilities will say valid target, but then they will also say can't be within control range. That's where the you can't do it from close range is. But there's a disconnect there where people don't assume that. So yeah, if you have an ability that's just like valid target. I think I have one. This thing. See? Valid target or within shadow. I love this. This is so flavorful. But then it says cannot do within control range. So that's the limit between using an ability or an action if you're in melee with someone. This is what it is. Those are the combos you need to look for. Plague Bells, Blight Grenade, Saturate, Severe. No, they don't have Seek. Like universally, they just don't have Seek. So I gotta play really chippy, really hit and fade. I do think it's going to be a struggle, but because I've played Plague Marines, I should have enough of a thought of how to play them that like I could avoid some negative things. Do not cluster. If you do cluster, you cannot give them the attack since most of their stuff has like Blast or Torrent on it. It's god awful. This is going to be hard. Paying attention to the Fearmonger, knowing that the leader can negate, what, like 3 potential things of damage? So you roll a d3 to get the points. Let's say you max points it. At the end of each turning point, discard. You could spend the points in the firefight phase as follows. You cannot use each of the following rules more. Okay, so you can only do it once. So if you roll 3, you can do one of each. The psychic where you gain a CP during your activation, the negation so that you can negate a single damage dice, which is basically just a guaranteed Ooblex but only against normal, so it's just a scratch, which I did watch the video of the tournament where the guy was freaking out that he was like, oh, you have just a scratch, like that was crazy. So I gotta keep that in mind. Any of these weapons are brutal, or not like brutal stat-wise, but any of them are really good into me. There's really not much I can do about that. Melee is scary. Definitely an elite. I think all the elite teams here are chip to kill because none of them have fists for like their standard weapons. Legionary is most likely going to have a lot of good melee. Higher tech's not elite. Nemesis is going to have really good melee. Plague Marines have pretty good melee. That's the thing. If they pick the wrong tac op and the one they go for is trying to kill me and I completely avoid interaction with them, yeah, I could win. Just by staring at people. Fearmonger, but the problem is like this. This guy's going to go to the middle. Not this guy. Like, I have to deal with -1 to damage on everything I do to it. This guy. This guy's going to go to middle. He doesn't need vision on you. But if I get someone into control range of him to stop it, it'll help. But he does hit hard enough that anything I throw into combat with him is dead in 2 swings. So that's great. But yeah, he can just drop me to 1 APL if I'm within 6. He can change my order, which depending on where I'm standing is gonna suck. And he can force me to dash somewhere. That's going to middle, 100%. every single, or the one Nemesis Claw guy I play is going to have a barricade somewhere here on whichever side he starts on, and then he's just going to run it over to there. Like, that's what he's going to do. If I were him, I'd try to get the mobile barricade. Although that wouldn't help against me. Against everyone else, you should go mobile barricade and just run it to the middle. So he has a 2+ save guy that sits in the middle and annoys everyone. They have a jammer equipment. That's what I got to look at. I know the Plague Marine equipment's mostly to help them with damage ranges and stuff, so it's not that big of a deal. I have not looked at their equipment yet. I also need to know their rule. In Midnight Clad, I heard, keeps getting like not great. Like it sounds cool, but then you look at it, you're like, oh, it's actually not that cool. Friendly operative is obscured if both the following are true. So both have to be true. More than 8 from an enemy. Okay. It has heavy terrain within its control range, or any part of its base is underneath vantage. It's basically my rule, but like for obscuring purposes. So if I'm outside of 8, and if they're within control range of heavy, or they're underneath, then I can't retain crits, and I have to sacrifice 1 normal hit. And in reverse, they can't. I think when I'm in Shadow, I'm 4+ save, and then I get other bonuses depending. So that's that for that. Or Nemesis Claw operative is activated. First action it performs during that activation is a charge. When it ends its move, you can inflict D3. Oh, D3 on charge for the whole turn. Oh no, I have 8 wounds. It's not going to be good. This doesn't really matter as much to me, because with 8 wounds and the weapons they have are 4/5s, they need a crit and a pure. Like, it's a risk to spend a command point on this to try to one-tap my people. It could possibly work, but still, it's a bit of a risk. Whenever a friendly Nemesis Claw operative is shooting against, fighting against, retaliating against a wounded enemy operative, wounded, not injured, so 1 health down, you can reroll. This is probably going to be active turn 3 and beyond. Prey sight, unless they just outright kill everything and don't leave anything wounded. Whenever you're selecting a valid target for a friendly Nemesis Claw, enemy operatives within 6 inches of it cannot use light terrain for cover. This is important. While this allows such operatives to be targeted, assuming they're visible, it doesn't remove their cover saves. So it doesn't allow me to use light terrain. This is worded very specifically because it just prevents that. Whereas my ability prevents Vantage and Seek from working. I think. Maybe it's the same? I wonder what the override is. Where's the equipment? Once per turning point, when a friendly Mandrake operative is activated within Shadow, you can use this roll. If you do, until the start of its next activation, while this operative has Conceal and is in cover, it cannot be selected as a valid target, taking precedence over all other rules. Unless they're within 2. Cannot use light terrain for cover. While this can allow such operatives to be targeted, it doesn't remove their cover save. I think this overrides it. Maybe. Cannot use light terrain for cover. Cannot be selected as a valid target. What's the sequence? Because selecting valid target, you don't have to consider, if it's within 6, you don't have to consider. This is kind of like increasing the 2-inch range to a 6-inch range. For light cover specifically. It doesn't apply Seek, it's not Vantage. Unless, let me take a look at something. Where's Vantage rules? Vantage. When you're selecting a valid target for an operative on Vantage terrain, operatives... Firstly, when selecting Vantage terrain, shooting an operative that has an engage order, its ranged weapon has accurate 1. Target is at least 2 inches lower than an accurate 2. If it's 4. Whenever you are selecting a valid target for an operative on Vantage terrain, operative at least 2 inches lower with a conceal order cannot use light terrain for cover. While this can allow such operatives to be targeted, assuming they're visible, it doesn't remove the cover save. So it's worded exactly the same as Vantage, and my thing negates Vantage. I don't think it does. So the wording for Vantage is literally the same as Prey Sight. And my thing says things like Vantage and Seek, which maybe Seek's the same kind of wording too. Selecting valid target, operatives with a conceal order cannot use terrain for cover. Seek light, cannot use light. Yeah. I think mine beats it. Once operative is concealed order and is in cover, it cannot be selected as valid target, taking precedence over all other rules. Yeah. I beat it. I have a once per turning point single target ability to go no against Prey Sight. Alright, that's fine. Turn to darkness. Operative immediately perform. One friendly operative can immediately perform a free fall back or reposition. This is during the strat phase. Must end the move within heavy terrain while it's... This has changed, I think, twice. But it must end the move while with heavy... That move with heavy terrain within its control range. Or any part of its base under advantage. Yep. In addition, it cannot move more than 4 inches during that action. And it cannot end that move closer to enemy operatives. Use this firehook play when your opponent would activate an enemy operative. Your opponent cannot activate that. Ooh. This is going to be obnoxious. We both have a rule like this. Mine's on my leader. His is this. That could be annoying as hell. How does this work, though? So, you have this... Right? Like your Nemesis Claw. You have a Vox Scream. I have marked one of your units with my guy to be able to activate if you try to activate. So you try to activate, and then I go, no. And then I activate. And then you Vox Scream. Your opponent cannot activate that operative during this activation. If there are no other enemy operatives eligible to be activated, this play has no effect. How does that even work? Where's my boy? To the right step, the next strat gains Haunting Focus. Next time your opponent would activate an enemy operative with Haunting Focus, if this operative is ready, you can activate this operative first. Cannot do so if you also rolled to prevent the activation with the Night Fiend. Yeah, so the Night Fiend thing. If you do during that activation, this operative must fight against or shoot against the active operative and cannot do so against any other enemy operatives until it does. After completing this operative's activation, your opponent activates. The damages happen first, to my understanding. Which I don't like that errata. I loved the idea that if you had initiative, you could actually heal before the damage occurs if you have certain abilities. I loved that idea, but oh well. But because they specifically said damage, to my understanding, in the errata. All damage goes through. Was that in the errata, the Vox Scream Haunting Focus? I know there was something with Haunting Focus down here. There might have been something here. Can I activate that operative during this activation if there are no other enemy operatives eligible to be activated? I guess this is it, right? this is the concept, because I can't activate someone else if I can't activate that guy. So that's my assumption. Since I'm not able to activate anyone else off of Haunting, this ploy has no effect. So that's kind of what I'm getting. We'll take a look at the FAQ if there's something. Uses fire ploy after rolling your attack dice. Friendly Nemesis cooperative is shooting against, fighting against, retaliating against an enemy operative that has an Imperium keyword. Don't care, I don't think. Yeah, I don't care. This is literally... This is going to be a problem for the Plague Marines, I think. The Plague Marines and the Legionary. Nemesis Claw are pretty well positioned to take out the elites in this run. If the person playing them knows what to do. And because this is impressive. Just the ceaseless rule. And then going up against Adeptus Astartes. Getting the relentless potential. That's really good. Fire ploy after friendly Nemesis Claw operative incapacitates an enemy operative. Control range. Friendly operative can immediately perform a free charge or dash. So this is huge. If he's coming at me with a good melee unit, I can't have people within this range for him to free charge into. Because Astartes can double fight. So you charge, fight, command point, charge, fight. You have to be very careful about that. Firefly Plow and a Nemesis Claw operative is retaliating at the start of the resolve attack dice step. You can resolve one of your successes before the normal order. They get a strike first. I have a strike first too. But strike first only occurs if you're only striking second. After shooting against, fighting against, retaliating against friendly Nemesis Claw within 2, your opponent cannot reroll their attack dice results of 1. It's not a bad thing to take. It's team-wide, too. They'll probably take this. You said... Comms Jammer. Whenever an enemy operative is within 3, that enemy operative's APL stat cannot be added to. Note that this doesn't affect APL stats that have already been changed. Okay. I think I see what you're saying. I want to say the buff from this guy isn't like technically adding to. It's more just changing it. But wording wise, it probably is about the same. Where is he? Where is he? Flesh Chooser. Either add, yeah, so it is add till the end of the battle. So this will prevent me from, if I'm within 3, from doing it for the permanent. I could heal if I need to. But if I get, since it doesn't change if it's already been changed, then yeah. If I'm outside of the 3, I can add it and then it's fine. It might adjust who I have to pick and choose to go and who gets 3 APL, so... Hopefully the trick is that I'm not getting within close combat until I really want to. And if somebody is within close combat in an early situation where I'm just trying to like chip some health off, that person's probably not getting the +1 APL. Oh wait, their attack needs to be enough to finish. Resolve one of your successes. If you do, you cannot resolve any others. Oh, yeah. That sucks. That sucks. That actually sucks a lot. Perform fallback action while within control range. If no other enemy operatives are within friendly operative control range, you can use this rule. If you do, roll 2d6. They're literally the elite version of my team. I have this. Once per battle, when a friendly Nemesis Claw operative incapacitates an enemy operative within 2 inches of it, you can use this rule. Whenever a friendly Nemesis Claw operative has one of your Grizzly Trophy tokens, is visible to within 2 inches of an enemy operative, subtract 1 from the attacks. That's big. They have a lot of good faction abilities that they might take. Like almost any of these are good. I think I struggle a bit in the Nemesis, definitely. Vespids, I do think I'm okay into. I remember a lot of their rules. I did play them once. I know a lot of it's like rerolls, adding things to melee, lethal 5, shock, increased by 1 attack, or hit rather. Their ability to fly and shoot, like the extra distance they get, but they can't shoot or fight. This probably won't get used into me. My main goal into them, I think, a lot of it comes down to the distance issues. I remember that their the little drone is actually obnoxious. Not into me though, but into everyone else. That is annoying. I could easily handle the drone. I think I have to pick targets almost immediately based on like this needs to die. If I can catch the oversight drone out, I do it. Definitely the leader. If I can catch him, do it. Thing I need to be fearful of, like the snipers are, they're what they are. Like this will kill me potentially without needing anything else. The neutron fragments and all that. The shade strain, they're 6-inch moves. They can kind of fly to you and then do stuff. Blast 2, so I don't... The idea into the Vespid of bringing all my guys here, very bad idea. Already assumed that because if I started bringing them here, he could just bring someone over and shoot me anyway. So, like... I have to play distances more into Vespids. Because Shade Strain's obnoxious with this. Sky Blast is obnoxious. The Swarm Guard making a torch zone obnoxious. It's not a lot of attacks. I have noticed that they lowered the flamethrower total attacks across most people. Because flamethrowers used to be god tier. Like, you wouldn't think that. But then when you realize you get like 5 or 6 attacks on a 2-up, usually with like a 2-2 damage line, it's still good. Like, you're not really missing with anything. And your opponent can only save 3 times. So, like, congratulations, you've done damage. So 6, 7, 8. It's an 8-inch area of effect. Gotta think of it that way. Yeah, it's just distances. I have to play the distances here. I have to lure them in. If I hug wall, I mean, they can just, you know... I'm pretty sure the measurements are about here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's no way they can go from wall to wall this way. 100%... If they had people here, I think they can just land here. Because I think this might be like a 5-er. Although, look at this. Actually, look at this. This is not this. They are not the same. I don't know why they showed me both of this. And we're like, this is it, everyone. It doesn't feel right. But like even so, if I put all my people up here, they could fly the one with the grenade here, use the ability to treat it as 3 inches higher, and then throw the grenade at me. Like, I do have to, yeah, I do have to be a little bit more worried about playing too aggressively without catching them out. I need to worry about where the shade strain is for the blast. They have a lot of blast, actually, don't they? They got their Torrent 2, which sucks. They've got Blast 2. Blast 2. Not Blast, but still obnoxious. Yeah, they've got a good bit of Blast. that I do need to worry about. I need to pay attention to where the Grenader and the Shade Strain are and try and catch them. I can't do anything on ground that's obnoxious, so I might need to lean into terrain features. I might need like a heavy piece of terrain and then some light pieces of terrain. Hell, even doing a heavy piece of terrain and then the redeployable barricade for my 3+ invulnerable, that could be good. We know this. The death mark's a problem because I can't smoke the death mark off of its objective because it can just turn on anti-obscure or its vantage point. It just turns on anti-obscure and it's over. I feel like any of the units these guys are planning to move up field, I have to hit with the debuff for -2 to move and -1 to hit. Even though I think most of their guys are 5, so it'll only cut it to 4. Hitting the plasma sites with it might not be a bad idea. Taking a plasma site to 5, seeing as these are their workhorses, no, that doesn't really help. Because they can't do anything workhorse related till turn 2. Well, no, maybe. That does only give them 8-inch move early. It doesn't really help. Apprentech would be hilarious. I think throwing it on the Apprentech might be one of the better options. Specifically early on. Just to try to throw them off their positioning. Just a little bit. But yeah, like this can 2-tap me, but at least I get all my saves. I have to play into possibly doing double retention against these guys. The moment it's go turn and I think they can get angles on me, I have to retain. And I have to do everything in my power to make sure the death marks can't really mess with me. I wonder, though. I wonder where they're going to go. It's the thing with the kill team is you always get that experience of figuring out how your opponent is going to respect or disrespect you. Is sort of, in a way. And it always leans into the idea of, like, he could go all death marks. But that's terrible. Like, that's a horrible idea. It's great that they get Seek, but it's still a horrible idea. They still have to hit you in the first place, which good luck against Mandrakes. My one buddy got a box of Hyrotech. He got a box of Hyrotech for Christmas, last Christmas. And then he came over and was like, oh, I got the box of Hyrotech. And you said I needed extra units. So we went upstairs at my friend's house because he had that box, the 40K released box that was like a bunch of Necron and a bunch of Space Marine stuff. And we gave him the leader that he could use as like the alternate Despotech. And then there were 2 other leaders in that box that we were like the same. They were the same size bases as the frickin' Chrono and the Techno. So we were like, just use them as a Chrono or Techno if you want, man. It's fine. And then we had all the Immortals he needed for alternate Immortal loadouts and all of the Death Marks he could use for a full team of Death Marks. We gave it to him at like I think the week after Christmas. I think it was New Year's we were hanging out. And then he messaged me 2 days ago. He was like, it's sitting on my desk. In box. He's like, I can't wait to play him. I was like, dude, it's been like a year almost. Jesus. So I know they screwed over their reanimations. Their healing is really bad now, which beneficial for me. I'll have to see how the person's going to play him. Could be interesting. Blooded. I've never experienced blooded in my entire life. But this kind of scares me. This is a lot of bodies. The trick with me is I might actually take the benefit of blast 1, the one-off blast 1 that I can activate in a round. I might take it. There's enough bodies here that I think going with a blast 1 and a blast 2 as a potential attack could be really good. Hang on. Sorry about that. Had to go spray for ants. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who's going to be playing Blooded. The issue is when you see Blooded on a list, my first thought is this person's probably played for a while. Because I don't... Who else would play Blooded? But maybe it's someone who saw a box and thought it was cool. I don't know. I know a key thing about them is they get tokens. God, this is such a weird thing. Ready step of each strategy phase, 1 blood token. First time an enemy operative is incapacitated, first time a friendly operative. Within 6 inches of an enemy operative during each turn. So if I can kill them outside of 6, good for me. Strategic Gambit you can assign, so you can only do this once, I think. Blooded, or unassigned Blooded to front. So you can give this to a bunch of people. Cannot move, they can't have more than 1. If 4 have it, you can select 1 to be under the gaze, which gives them accurate 1. And a critical? So it's the guaranteed critical concept. One operative visible to until the end of the turning point whenever a friendly blooded operative is shooting against, fighting against, retaliating. This is a basic, no, ceaseless. Or relentless if it has blooded. Okay. Weapons of accurate 1, so you can provide accurate 1. So it's wholly within your opponent's territory. Its weapons have punishing. So yeah, there you go. They want to rush you down, which probably not the best into my army, but it is what it is. I can't exactly kill a ton of bodies. I don't have multi-strike. It comes down to whether I can take blast and actually nail things with blast. At their health ratings, which I remember, because I think, don't they have like armor upgrades and stuff on their weapons, but that doesn't help them because I'm APL? Thought they had like some kind of armor enhancement. Where's their equipment? Nope, they don't. They do have some people with good armor saves, which is great, because if I can just kill the trench sweeper, fine. Traitor Thug. This thing, of course, is the big hazard. Literally, I would need to stun grenade it to then shoot it in order to benefit greatly. Don't have to worry about it really doing mission objectives, though, if it's coming for me. Oh, it ignores APL, so I can't even do that. I think a lot of these guys ignore APL. Or at least some of them. I'm not super worried into this army. I think I could outmaneuver. It's not going to be as easy on this map. With a lot of bodies, they're going to have people back here. If they have someone on the second floor and someone on the first floor, I can't do anything about this. Because then they just have people up here and people over here. I can't. This is safe. I have to play this roof. They don't have mobility. So yeah, I could play this roof. I could play this roof. It's perfectly fine. It can be obnoxious in my own way. Because that's going to be the trick. I'm going to need a piece of cover that I can put here. I think into a lot of enemies, my core goal is to put a barricade here and a barricade here. Maybe like a heavy barricade and a regular, and then like another regular. I don't know, though. I still think putting a mine 2 inches away from the door, and then, frick. The razor wire. If I get this side, doing that to here is probably like my best option, to just have one guy here. Just hanging out, not giving a crap. I don't know. It just feels easier to just barricade. barricade. Put one here. Because if it's 4 inches, you could heavy barricade here. And then just have a guy standing here. I don't know. From what I remember when I was looking over the blooded, because I'm not gonna lie, I do have a voiceover recording done for like a 50-minute video of every single season 1 team that's gonna be pulled. And I was like, this could be cool, but at the same time, I don't know if I want to do it. Because like I'm trying to reassess, because like it was so boring. I was listening back to it and it was the most boring thing ever. It was just rapidly gunning through, and a long time ago someone hit me with a comment in one of my videos. He was like, I love watching these because it's not just someone reading me the rules, it's someone showing me things. And I was like, that's what I want. By the time I was done reading like half the teams, I was looking back at it, and it was like I wasn't telling people anything about these teams. I was just like, these are your things. Have fun. Like, it didn't feel good. It really didn't feel that good by the end of it, because it's like I can't show you cool stuff to do with these units if I'm trying to gun through like 10 teams in one video. Yeah, I don't think I have a lot of issues. This guy doesn't get the anti-obscuring benefit, I don't think. He can retain additional. And he can always be treated as though he has Gaze of the Gods. So guaranteed crits, which I just smoke, and he can no longer crit. Simple enough. Legionary, we know pretty much everything about Legionary because I was debating playing them. A lot of healing across like the Chosen. Most people will probably take the Aspiring Champion though because of the whole additional APL. Makes him get a lot of work done. Butcher most likely on this map against me, probably 1 gunner. They'd probably avoid the heavy and lean more into like Shrieve Talons and Frontline, depending on what they have access to. Just to make sure, Khorne is severe. Nurgle is the newer Feel No Pain. Slaanesh is +1 to move. That is actually probably the scariest thing into me. So we'll have to see what the person chooses. I imagine they're probably going to go like Khorne. Maybe Tzeentch. I hear a lot of people just do Khorne and Tzeentch. Tzeentch on ranged, Khorne on melee, and then just go. Standard. This is the plus damage for Khorne. There's always benefit for mark, benefit for unmark. So 1 to damage stats for Khorne, up to 7, which stops the butcher thing. Friendly Legion operative is fighting first time you strike, so just 1 additional damage on first. Nurgle was a big one. Weapons that have piercing 1 don't have piercing. Doesn't matter into me. You can ignore changes to stats, though, on the Nurgles themselves. That's kind of big. Quicksilver speed. Slaanesh. Worsen hit stat of enemy operatives. When shooting, this could actually be good into me. And then worsen this, like literally, if the person I play against is like, yo, what up? I'm playing all Slaanesh, I might lose. Straight up. All he has to do is Quicksilver speed, like the bulk of the game, and then get to me. And it's just like you're dealing with me hitting on 4s. I got the change. The change was fine because the problem was the Nurgle change before made everything good. You were always implacable. Like, why nothing on your... The stat changing is insanely good to have for everyone versus the piercing potential. Which, I mean, piercing 1, yeah, I mean, it makes everyone more durable, sure, but like... This. Now they don't have access to it when injured, which you need to be able to injure Marines, even though, sadly, I think... It's either a firefight ploy or a strat ploy for the Angels of Death that just like fully negates. It might be a firefight ploy, which is okay. If it's a strat ploy, it's brutal. I completely forgot the AOD one. But I know AOD does have one thing that's like straight up, you can't do anything about my stat changes. It's fine. I'm just going in full tilt. Fickle Fates. It's balanced. And then defensive for Zinch. Critical success allows you to upgrade fail to a normal. Whenever an operative is shooting a friendly legionary / operative more than 6 inches from it performs, worsen the hit stat by 1. Honestly, yeah, if they're just straight up like I'm playing all Slaanesh Mark, I'm probably screwed. All they have to do is keep moving, and I'm just so much worse. Use the firefight ploy when a friendly legionary Khorne operative is incapacitated. This is the strike class. I need to keep this in mind when fighting Khorne. Zinch, if warrior operative, that operative mark chaos keyword cannot be changed during the turning point. Add 1. Oh, yeah. 4 APL on 1 unit. It's brutal. So brutal. Firefight blow on a friendly legionary Nurgle operative performing the shoot action. Select value until the end of the action. Whenever that friendly operative is shooting, the operative within 3 inches of it. Piercing 1. That doesn't matter. Select one enemy operative visible to within 4. That friendly operative until the end of that operative's next activation. Dude, Slaanesh. Slaanesh is built to kill me. If you're in close range, you can just -1 to my APL. Slaanesh is built to kill me and make me not want to do anything. Until the ready step of the next strategy phase. Yeah, that's fine. 2+ save. I don't care. Once per turning point, when a friendly legionary operative is performing the shoot action, select bolt, pistol, bolt gun. Most people don't do unmarked, though, or standard. But I think this is just universal. Select one friendly. Oh, this is equipment. We're in the equipment section. So 2+ save, they won't take this against me. They might take this against me. They might not take this against me. That could be bad. And if they go bulk melee, they won't take this. Yeah. Elite's definitely something to think about. Turn 2, chip turn. We have the one concept of a play that works into almost everything that I'm going against, except Vespid. I have to change my strategy up for Vespid to the point where I don't give the Vespid the ability to fly over to me and screw me up. I basically need trades into Vespid, because Vespid are the same number as me. Vespid are 2 higher than me. So if I can force them to... They're going to definitely go for things with their warriors. If I can kill their warriors without issue... Like if I can... Let's say I manage to shoot and kill one of their warriors in a way where I don't get like any redemption arc on that guy. It's good. Because then it's going to force them to have to start using the ones they don't want to use on objectives. The trick is it's 9 Vespid Stingwings. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 warriors to get through before they start sacrificing things that they might not want to sacrifice. I feel to a degree this game is going to mostly be me sending warriors up to, you know, stare at someone in a way where it's like, ooh, and then possibly lose that person in the following round. These out-activate me, so I have to worry about that. Or do the Warriors have 2? The Warriors aren't pseudo GA, right? No one's pseudo GA. I think the only pseudo GA that I'm pretty sure exists is here. In the form of the, I think, troopers? Yeah. Pseudo GA. Do these have a pseudo GA ability? No. Wouldn't be equipment. It'd be a ploy. Don't see it in the ploys. Does their warrior have a pseudo GA? Warrior Instincts, no. So no, they don't have a pseudo GA, which means they will out-activate me. I'm going to have a lot of stuff in Conceal turn 1, so it's not really going to help. Yeah, I need to be worried about these guys turn 1. If I lose 1 or 2 people turn 1 because of a misposition, it's over already. They're going to be able to outscore me. What's up, Squirrely? Doing good. We've done a lot of talking and a lot of thinking on how we're going to attempt to handle fighting this kind of stuff. But I cannot select it unless it's within 6. Got to remember that. Weirdly, I do think the Vespid are the biggest, like, general struggle. Like, the elites are just straight up, I need to be here, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out kind of struggle. Like, if I roll dice and it fails, if I don't get my averages that I'm planning for, we'll die. And that's it. And that's like, okay, whatever. But Vespids, straight up, it's like, oh, I shouldn't have put my guy there. And then that's it. Like, it's over. Narrative 40k. I mean, you can do your own thing for it. But if you're trying to stay within rules of 40k, there is a bunch of books out. There's one that's meant for just general crusade information. You can also, of course, go to the high seas of the internet to find some. But they do have the Crusade book, and then they usually drop Crusade books related to, like, overarching stories that have extra stuff in them as well. Your codexes usually come with narrative stuff in it if you have a codex. I can show you in a second. Let me clear some stuff, because I also kind of want to show you guys what my narrative team looks like. I have to clean up a little bit before that, though. So, codex-wise, usually in the back, you get to stuff like this that tells you, like, oh, here's all your battle traits. No, here's information. And then they tell you how you create lists, the purpose of it, all the stuff like, so these are the leader types. So any character I take in a Thousand Suns unit has to be attached to a cult of some kind. It's 3 whole pages of them. As I play games, I generate 2 types of, like, leveling situations. I can then spend requisition to then activate the next tier and level them up here. They also level up on their own within the game itself. So when they level up here, they gain these abilities. When they level up in the game itself, they can gain... These are missions you have to do. They can gain requisition. Well, no. They don't gain any of this. This is how you get more EXP and benefits. This is stuff you can purchase between rounds. They get things like battle traits. The Thousand Suns require you to do it randomly. So, random. Yeah. Boons you have an access to. Demon Princes cannot use boons, but you can give a Demon Prince boons. There's this weird trick that I'm trying to work on now, and I don't know if the narrative is going to last long enough to do it, but if you get a regular sorcerer to level 3, and he has, like, just 3 upgrades, he can be turned into a Demon Prince. So you can give a regular sorcerer 3 of these, which some of these are incredible on a Demon Prince, and then turn him into a Demon Prince. And then from that point forward, you can give him relics and stuff. Yeah, they got tons of that. So the books that Games Workshop sells within that vein they're very much focused on like, here's your story, go. What we're doing is we actually created our own world and story. And I should probably start grabbing the stuff for my list that I kind of want to show you guys, because I made adjustments. I think we OD'd a little much on demons in my first attempt. They didn't do anything near what I wanted to do. So in tabletop games, like a lot of people, the way they approach it. Let me zoom back out here a little bit so I can show you guys. A lot of the way people approach games like Warhammer 40K, stuff like that, you'll get people who, when you tell them your lists, they're like, that's a terrible list. I'm the kind of person who wants to try lists to see the positives and negatives of it. I'm always the kind of person who's like, yeah, I get that it probably won't work, but I kind of want to see what units can and can't do. And for me, it's always different feeling to see it in action and then to determine from there how to like go forward, as opposed to just sitting there and being like, well, 20%, 30%. Oh, I see it. The numbers, they come to me. And then just like creating a list that way. Because I would rather know, right? Like, I'd rather know to the point where if I start thinking of how other people play, I can go, oh, I'll just use that unit that no one uses. It's cheap and it will stop that from happening. And it's still effective at holding objectives. Like I find that I can play a little bit better in like off-brand things if I have a better understanding of what all the units can do. Because if you're unfamiliar, what a lot of people tend to do in 40K is they go to Reddit, they find a list, they build a list based on that list, almost to the T, then they play it. And a lot of the things in it are like, you don't really need to know the rules necessarily, or, oh, you might choose to use a command point wrong here, but like maybe not, and it just works out and everything's cool. You see too many people do that, and then like maybe they win 30% of the time, and they're like, why isn't it working like they say on Reddit? I want more like crunchy, tangible knowledge of all things, and to come to conclusions based on that knowledge. So what we're going to be doing tomorrow, actually, my next narrative game is tomorrow. Let me try to organize this. So we got a squad of 3 flamers. I am playing Thousand Suns. I am playing the version that has access to demons. Like, we tried to use a Hellbrute, which if I could level a Hellbrute, it'd be really cool. Vehicle upgrades that I have access to are like regenerate, 4+ invulnerable. It's really good. But my Hellbrute literally did nothing the entire game. He pressured aside a little bit and then immediately died. So, like, just generally ineffective. And they usually are for me. 2 squads. 3 screamers. Let me see what else I got over here. I wrote the whole list down. Okay. Four. 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8. Nine, 10. My army's warlord that has to make an appearance in every single game I play. It is a sorcerer. He is accompanied by a 5-man squad of bolter-wielding rubrics, not flamer-wielding rubrics. So, Soul Reaper, think 3 bolt guns, and some squad command. He is a sorcerer, so he provides them all lethal hits, which allows them to punch up a little bit. It's not a big squad, but we're playing 1,000-point games. I shouldn't need a 10-man squad. I did run a 10-man squad of Flamers last time, and that thing almost one-tapped a Space Marine Dreadnought, but, like, that's all I had on the field. Like, I had nothing else to really go do anything else. It was so expensive. All right, I think that's the limit for what I had from prior. So I'm going to need to go grab some boxes real quick. There's not much extra past this point, but let me go grab them. Exalted on disc. Full-size squad of Enlightened on disc. Because I found something out. Originally, I thought the demons I was using had to be part of my off-field list. They don't. So the points cost of my demons didn't actually factor into what my total was for off-field. So I was able to take a bunch of stuff from off-field and then just like cycle demons in and just not use them if I don't want to. Now, chat. Green, orange, or magenta. I know there's not a lot of you in chat, so probably won't take that long to really figure this out. Which do you want? Green, orange, or magenta? I'll give you a second while I double check my list, make sure I didn't miss anything. Because I could have swore I picked a Predator as well. No, I did not. Okay. Let me clean up a little bit too. What we thinking? What we feeling? Someone's finally starting to look for games. So they can get some games in early for Kill Team, try to get up and running. Uh-oh. And the one trying to get up and running is playing Raveners. And I know after they got listed, someone dropped and then someone came in. I might be fighting Raveners. Not ideal. Think magenta? Well, okay. So let me just hit you with this then. This one. That's the magenta. This one's the orange. This one's the green. One of these fits in the 1K list. I'm just trying to figure out which one I want to take. So the green does have... I do kind of want to hit him with fluorescent green. I did fluorescence for the later ones. I didn't do fluorescence on this one. Kind of want to go back over him a little bit. Try to hit as many areas as I can with the fluorescent green that I have. Move these guys out of the way. So you got blue crystals. Green tendrils. Over here you got magenta, green crystals. And then this one has a blue body with magenta, purpley, pink crystals, bright orange for the tendrils. I might actually, if we go green, I might take a minute tonight on my own and get my fluorescent green out. The same one that I use on like all of these guys. And go over his tendrils and the swirl and stuff with it just to hit it a little bit. Thinking green? I might update him. I think updating him could be cool. So this is the narrative list. The Zangor Enlightened haven't been used yet. There's a kind of a problem with me using them the way I am now. So apparently what you're supposed to do is you use a regular Zangor squad. When that squad gets to like level 1, you pay a requisition point to turn it into an Enlightened squad. The Enlightened squad from that point forward gets like 5 EXP for like for being marked for greatness instead of 3. So it's a good way to battery that into it, which is nice. But because it's small scale, because it's only 1,000-point games, I honestly think having a precision-based, decent attack output, lethal hit, with this guy giving them basically 18-inch lone op as part of the squad, I think that might be a better option. Like, they're going to be hiding on the back line. They're going to be screening out things that could come in from the sides. Because 1,000-point games, that's very hard to do. The Blue Horrors are going to exist as, like, they're infiltrators and deep strikers. They're a mosh pit that's going to try to stop you from going places. That's their whole purpose. The Screamers and the Flamers are all meant for action monkeying. Because they're not strong enough to really do anything, but they're hyper cheap and very mobile. The Flamers in particular move 9 inches. The Screamers can move 14. They're all 1 OC each. So if I can go do something with them, that's great. The Sorcerer Squad is going to try to, like, maneuver in a way where you can't easily see them with, like, big scary things and then try and kill you. Because it's really good amount of attacks. It's an explosive amount of attacks. And then, of course, the MVB just tries to do MVB things. Be an aura of mortals. If he stays close enough to either this squad or this squad, he'll provide them, like, a benefit. Actually, does he get a 4+? No, he's not psychic. He'll provide the benefits to the Cabal casting, which you kind of want. In this army list right now, I have 3. I have the Squad Lead, the Sorcerer, and then the Exalted. Those are the only ones who can cast Cabal abilities, which is fine. It's not the best, but it's fine. This is an adjusted list, though, because in the old list, I had a squad of Pinks, I had a Hellbrute, I had the 10-man squad of Flamers with a regular Exalted. That regular Exalted leader did work, though. He actually got to, like, almost level 2 in one game. Just because of how good he did. There was a turn where he almost wiped a Wolfen squad, killed a Space Wolf leader, and killed a Dreadnought. Which I actually think I killed that Dreadnought earlier because I completely forgot that Exalted have dev wounds. And the dev wounds, he had 1 wound left. I rolled a 6 on the wound, forgot it was a dev, and then he made the save. So, like, I was like, oh no. But I could have killed his freaking Dreadnought in that moment, which would have been great. I think this could be good, though. This might be too big of a brick. But it's cheaper to go full brick than 3, I think. Unless they changed it. I don't think they changed it. Because 3 is like, whatever. But it's like slightly more to take 2 squads of 3 than 1 squad of 6. They do this a lot in 1,000 Suns. I think like a squad of 10,000 Suns is cheaper than 2 squads of 5. Because you lose 2 sorcerers. Or you lose 1 sorcerer out of it. Which is very useful. I'm hoping this will be good, though. I'm hoping it'll be fine. We'll see, though. This is tomorrow. And then Kill Team is Saturday. And then Sunday, I'll probably disintegrate. Because, holy crap. I'm hoping the store I'm going to for the Kill Team game, or at least tomorrow with this, has some of those Psychret robots. I find they're sold out in the US right now. I kind of want to get 2 boxes. Because I want 4. Just so I can have access to them for 1,000 Suns in general. Because if I go back to doing tournaments for 40k, I want to be able to go between a bunch of different detachments. I think I want to try the armored detachment next. And those robots are kind of very key to it, a little bit. Just because of the positioning potential with them. You don't have to go them, but yeah. So I think I'm going to spend time updating this guy's paint scheme after stream. But yeah. Good long stream today. Good long stream. Good talking about strats. Good going over how the Mandrakes work. Thinking about what they're going to be going into. I'm confident that I'll at least get 1 victory. Which means I'll get none. But if I can remember, and I really need to remember, I'll record as much as I humanly can. I should probably update my recording phone. in preparation for that. Because this is exciting, man. I started this channel under the assumption that people in the local area might actually play Kill Team, only to find out that my area is one of the best 40k areas on the East Coast for Big Hammer, and nobody plays Kill Team unless you drive an hour and a half from here. And it's finally at the point where I think people local are starting to move into it. College is back, so there's a lot of college kids going to the store near me, and I've seen a lot of them talk about Kill Team and buy stuff for it. So maybe I'll get some actual local gameplay rather than having to drive a half hour to get to anywhere. I'd love to just drive like 2 minutes into town and be like, let's play. So good. So stupidly good. But yeah, I should probably get on updating my Mutalith. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. It was good to stream. Hopefully I can get back on some videos once I figure out exactly what I'm trying to do with them. That's been the biggest concern I've had for a long time now, is not knowing what to do with them. Also, kind of not knowing, like, what direction they should generally go in, just because of how YouTube's changing and shifting, and all the information we've been getting in the past half a year of the background AI YouTube uses kind of giving advantage to people who are, how do we, I guess, being as vanilla as humanly possible. Like, if we were to make videos going forward, there's a mild chance I would have to put unalive team in the title. It's the joke that's been in my head, which I have actually found out in some fun ways. Did this update? I have found out in some fun ways that there have been some Games Workshops who have tried to put on Kill Team tournaments, and because they put Kill Team tournament in their Facebook post, their Facebook account gets banned. Actually a thing. I did a few for the new edition. I did the update for the new edition, and I started doing teams for the new edition. I did only a couple of the newer teams, and then I started doing the older teams, assuming that the older teams were going to fall out of favor at the end of next month. But it is a struggle. Those videos take a lot of time, Spadge. And getting like 1,000 views on it, like I wanted this channel to like churn interest. I'm trying to find ways of doing that. And I'm starting to notice the few times I've gone to gatherings for Kill Team, almost everyone there talks about how they learn the game by watching battle reports and not team overviews. So it's like, because battle reports are the worst to put together if you want to do them effectively. I used to watch Mountainside Tabletop, and they put a lot of effort into those old videos, and the newer ones feel like they've cut a lot of corners, and I feel that. Like, I can't complain. For being on this side of the wall of making stuff, yeah, like, I put a ton of effort into my first handful of battle reports. That shit takes, like, 10, 15 hours to put together properly. That doesn't even include playing. So, like, and you have to hope, too. By the time you're done recording, you're like, man, I really hope the recordings aren't bad. Like, play a full game of Kill Team only to find out half the recording is frozen. Enjoy that. That's a fun day for freaking me. That was great. But hopefully, yeah, I can put more videos together. I just don't know what it's going to be. No, yeah. I try to call out my own errors and talk about the rationale behind it. But yeah, there's a lot of battle reports I've seen where they'll play and then there's just errors everywhere and they won't say anything about it and it gets weird. Till next time though, guys. I'm going to try to get a couple things done before tomorrow and then this weekend. Again, I'm going to try to make sure my recording phone is ready to go. I'm going to see if I can get as much footage as humanly possible from this tournament, and maybe one of my returning videos for me actually making something is going to be an overview of the first tournament that I've been to for Kill Team since it happened that didn't involve me playing. Let's see. The first Kill Team tournament I did, I played 3 people and took first place because I beat them all. This was the last iteration. Second Kill Team tournament I did, I sat there for 2 hours, and the person who was running the store went, "Do you just want the trophy?" And I went, "No, because if no one's going to show up and play, there's no victory." And then a person finally showed up and was like, "Am I late?" That was a little annoying. So I beat that person and got the trophy, which, you know, beating one person, getting a first place trophy, So this is the first one that's going to involve a few rounds. So we'll see how this goes. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for talking. Hopefully you guys will see a video coming soon, or possibly a stream going over stuff. We'll see. Till then, later.